go ahead and get Pablo's mic is currently off. Pablo's mic is off right now. Just get it on. Unless he needs to talk on the phone or something. Oh, right here. There you are. Yeah, I got you.
Legends Free Agency 2021 is upon us, and it's about to get wilder than ever before. After a 2020 whose theme word was unprecedented, League of Legends Esports decided to act with an appalling lack of precedent in 2021. Coming off a winless Worlds last season, TSM FTX committed $6 million to Sword Art, making him the highest paid player in LCS history. With Bjergsen and Doublelift off the roster, it was supposed to be a transformative year for North America's most popular franchise. 12 months later, it seems all for naught. Carlos and G2 put a reckless-shaped stone into their Infinity Gauntlet, and the world trembled as Exodia, wearing a samurai mask, awoke to finally bring the Summoner's Cup back to Europe. Instead, Carlos stubbed his toe on the tarmac to board his flight to Iceland as G2 missed Worlds entirely. Instead, it was the Mad Lions, who not only became the first team not named Fnatic or G2 to win a European title since Alliance in 2014, but did so twice and proudly planted the flag of young domestic talent on the global stage for all to see. Meanwhile, in North America, after back-to-back years of embarrassing international performances and not getting a team out of groups since 2018, the region finally saw their drought come to an end thanks to Cloud9 and their absolutely legendary run out of the group of death and into the quarterfinals. Over in Korea, the LCK was supposed to be a one-team region with Dongwon Kia at the top, ready to speedrun Worlds and go back-to-back for the first time since Faker did it 5 years ago. Oh, and Faker? Yeah, he got back to Worlds and was one game away from eliminating that Dongwon super team in his 6th semifinal appearance in as many Worlds trips as the greatest of all time. Almost brought a team of rookies and second years to the World Finals. And after FunPlus Phoenix's epic flameout drove a knife through the heart of Chinese fans, Edward Gaming finally got their full circle moment and not only upset Dongwon, but broke the curse that had been hanging over China's most historically successful org. In the year of the new kings, it was the old guard that rose to the top. So if you thought free agency in 2021 was going to be anything like years past, you clearly haven't been paying attention. So grab your water bottles, kids, stay hydrated, because it's going to get sweaty before 2022 kicks off. Welcome everyone to the Dot Esports 2021 free agency show. It's finally here. Free agency is almost officially upon us, just 1 hour until the clock strikes midnight, literally, in the UK, and all those rumblings become roster moves. Thank you so much for being here wherever you're joining us from. We're glad you're here and cannot wait to get the ball rolling. My name is Henrique Demore. I'll be your host tonight, and we'll be joined by a slew of tremendously talented analysts and reporters throughout the night. Now, part of what we do here on the free agency show is breaks, meaning you'll be the first ones to hear when you'll be the first ones. So the first person I'm going to introduce is our very own Jacob Wolf, who, along with wunderkind Pablo Suárez, you know him as Bloop, will be dropping news on us all. Jacob, good to see you. Thanks for being here. How are you?
Yeah, thank you for being here. I'm really excited to be here. I'm honestly taken aback. I think the people that understand the journey of this show, from being sort of bare bones team at ESPN to putting the show together in such a short amount of time at Evil Geniuses to this, I mean, I am blown away by our production. Everybody who's worked on this, I'm ecstatic for the next 4 hours.
Yeah, that makes two of us. This is going to be wild, not only because of, like you said, what we've got going here, but what has happened in free agency so far. Let's start in North America specifically, because no stranger to roster moves that kind of caught everyone by surprise. Let's talk, Team Liquid first. It kind of, you can't talk about Perks and Alfari and what they've done in their 1 year in North America and the legacy they've left without talking about Team Liquid specifically. As you can see, even on our recent moves right behind you,
yeah.
If this Team Liquid team comes together like it's supposed to, this is kind of unprecedented, just plugging 3 of the biggest talents in the world into a team that already felt like it had its mojo going. But let's talk about Bjergsen first, coming from TSM, part owner, right, and then deciding to leave that legacy behind and come to Team Liquid. Walk me through what the heck happened and what led to Bjergsen coming to TL.
I had somebody say to me a few weeks ago that this is a one-horse race, and it wasn't exactly clear if that was truly the case. I think that Team Liquid has made really sort of the most compelling offer to him. He wants to win, and I think that after a time on TSM, not necessarily having the international success that they wanted 2 years ago, as you mentioned in the intro stinger, but also this past year as well, not even making it to the World Championship as a coach when he took that step back and took that break from competing and went into the coaching role. I think he really wanted to win. And Team Liquid is a team that has shown there is no lack of budget. There's no lack of willingness to spend. This is a team that, based off the signings that have been reported that are going to be happening this evening, this is somebody who's going to go and try to compete not just for the LCS title, but for a world title, and I think that's a compelling pitch to Mr. Bjergsen.
Yeah, I'll say, I mean, he's achieved almost every accolade that the LCS could offer him besides that one last one, that little taste of international success. And he's paired up with, you know, like you said, these signings have been reported, but are probably going to be made official later tonight.
Yeah.
Hans Sama coming from Rogue and Bwipo coming from Team Liquid. Bwipo coming from Team Liquid. World Championships not a couple months ago. What was, I mean, aside from, hey, we're here to win and we're going to splash the cash to make sure that happens, what was the pitch outside of that from Liquid and company over to those guys?
You know, I think with Bwipo, he took a risk this summer. He played the jungle position. You know, Fnatic, and Pablo reported this out in a piece earlier in the year, Fnatic felt like they really had to take this swing on Adam. Here's a compelling young talent that, you know, is only available in this finite window. They thought if they reached this time later this year, if we were here and Adam was available on the market, they couldn't win that because somebody else, you know, G2, maybe somebody else goes out there and tries to recruit Adam, given sort of his stardom earlier in the year on K-Corp. And so they took this risk. Bwipo swapped to jungle. You know, Adam came into the top lane for Fnatic. And it went fine, honestly. Bwipo was a really compelling jungler. I think a lot of people, he got a lot of praise for sort of his play, particularly domestically in the LEC. But I think he wanted to go back to where he was kind of, where he has had his most success, which is the top lane. And this is an opportunity. He was a free agent, no buyout, you know, shenanigans here with Fnatic. It's really easy. He's going to sign a deal with Liquid, and we're going to be off to the races, basically. In the case of Hans, you know, I think Rogue, and I know you're talking to Pablo about Mad Lions later in the show too, but Rogue really is looking at this opportunity of like, all right, well, we have the opportunity to either stay together after not necessarily performing as well as we would want to at the World Championship, no quarterfinals appearance, and we can do one of two things. We can either keep this team together and run it back, and it's a costly team, right? Some really good players on that Rogue's roster, or we can split up and split these players up, you know, to other places. And we've seen that with Inspired Evil Geniuses. We've seen it with Hans Sama to Team Liquid. And that is a buyout deal. I hope to get the specifics tonight to come back and report here on those specific figures, but I can guess it's probably 7 figures or bigger. That would be my understanding of what we're talking about here.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about the big dogs in the LCS and orgs that can splash the cash, Evil Geniuses don't immediately come to mind, but it's not that they don't have money to throw around. I mean, you think of Svenskeren in the past as well, what it took to bring a guy like that over, Jizuke, etc. But coming back to the LCS specifically, before we talk about Bjergsen maybe a little more, I want to ask you a little bit of a wild card here. 100 Thieves. We have heard next to nothing from 100 Thieves so far, and to me, that's surprising because when you're a domestic, whether you do great at Worlds, flame out at Worlds, whatever, to me, it feels rare that a team just says, actually, we're going to do the exact same thing and run it back next year, unless you're G2. That's the only place that has happened. Now, they've got prospects coming up the pipeline. Kenvi and Tenacity will get a lot of airtime on this show and hopefully a lot of playtime on coming up. What have you heard, if anything, from 100 Thieves? Do they have that kind of confidence in that roster?
Yeah. I've heard nothing about changes, maybe additions, maybe changes to coaching staff and support staff, but nothing about the core of that team being broken up. I think they're going to run back 5, maybe add some other pieces, give some other people playtime. But I think we're looking at a 100 Thieves roster who, you know, first place LCS, they're going to try it again. And I honestly, I think it is very impressive. I think it speaks to kind of the character of this team, the belief that upper management has in the team doing it again. Really kind of impressive situation here with this team. I'm excited to try to see them run it back. And to your point about 100 Thieves Academy, every player on that team could maybe end up on an LCS team. They're all very, very talented. You know, we've seen some of them in the LCS in the past with Boom getting playtime before as well. I really do think there's a chance that the 100 Thieves Academy, we see almost all of them on an LCS roster by the end of the night, potentially, just simply for the fact that they're all really impressive. This is an organization that is, you know, with a little bit of work over the past few years, a lot of work to give them credit. A lot of work over the past few years has really not only just created a really unique pipeline in building up amateur talent and building up their Challenger series or Academy series talent, but also, you know, they're the champion, they're the reigning champion, and I think they're going to try it again.
No, you can't fake your way to hosting that trophy. Talking about Bjergsen and coming to Team Liquid, yes, that's a move that is likely happening, like you said, and then Hans Sama, Bwipo potentially as well. Now, that also means that there were 3 other players that used to occupy those roles. The ripple effects of this Bjergsen and company to TL. What have we heard as far as Tactical and Alfari? I mean, Alfari we kind of know-ish, the super team that might be brewing over across the pond, but with Tactical and Jensen specifically, there was talk of a role swap. There was talk of just all sorts of stuff. What how much of that was, what have you heard from Team Liquid to say that they may or may not have told their own players, like, hey, we're bringing in guys here, right, with Jensen. I guess it was kind of placatory, hey, we can still find a spot for you, maybe at AD carry. But those two guys, they are high-caliber LCS players. Yeah. Surely they find a spot, no?
I think Jensen was really committed at first to the idea of trying the AD carry role swap, and I think they tried it a little bit and went, damn, this does not work. And now here we are, they're buying out Hans Sama, one of the best AD carries in all of Europe, coming across the pond to play in North America. And, to me, I think that leaves Jensen among all of them in one of the most tricky situations. We've heard a lot of what's going to happen in the mid lane pool with the LCS this year. There's not, especially in the winning teams, I think there's a distinction there, right? Who can afford that Jensen contract? Who can afford to buy that out? That's a very large contract. As reported, it was more than $4 million over 3 years. It's a pretty sizable sum to have to, you're not going to pay all of it, but you're still going to pay a lot to get that off Team Liquid's books. And I think you look at the teams that are willing to do that. 100 Thieves, got a mid laner in Abadage. C9, we're not necessarily sure what's going to happen now after Perks, but there's been, sort of talk about that. And TSM, right, also mid laner list right now. And you look, okay, well, that's two teams. The rest of the league, yeah, I guess Evil Geniuses, maybe some of the others. Right. But really, I mean, you're looking at sort of the winning, storied franchises here, and you're looking at a pretty slim list for where Jensen can go. And he even said himself last week, like, I may be teamless by the end of all of this. As for Tactical, I think Tactical will probably find a home this evening. That's my expectation. And I think in the case of Alfari, I mean, we know where he's going. He's going to Vitality. So that roster is everything but pen to paper. It will get done in probably the next hour and a half. And we'll be off to the races. But yeah, I mean, Jensen's the one I'm really looking at because I'm not so sure he finds somewhere tonight.
Yeah, there is. I mean, and we're going to get into it later in the show, but the amount of players that, amidst all the rumors, there is a lot of players teamless right now. And when we really look at that list, which I'll get into a little later, it's an alarming, talented list of players.
That's right.
But regardless, you mentioned buyouts, and I think that's very important because it's not just as simple as, if FlyQuest, GG, whatever, it's not just as simple as, oh, we want a high-power mid laner like Jensen. No, that contract still exists in some way, shape, or form, and it is the team that receives the player that has to pony up the cash to pay out the rest of that contract, right? So it's not like Team Liquid saying, oh no, we've got the cash, we'll eat the deal. That's not really how it works. But speaking of buyouts, where else are we looking as far as notable buyouts that could happen? Guys that are, I think of those tweets, right? Hey, still under contract with so-and-so, but it allowed me to explore other options. That's, waving the buyout flag. Who else are we looking at tonight in the LCS specifically that has a buyout potentially?
Tactical, right? Still under contract. Somebody I think that Team Liquid will be moving tonight at some point. Palafox, another person who said exactly that. I'm still under contract, but, right? And so maybe somebody ponies up and eats the Palafox buyout. I would say in the rest of North America, I don't know how many buyout deals are actually going to happen in NA tonight, at least from NA to NA team. Maybe there's some EU to NAs. I mean, we've already seen Inspired, we've already seen Hans, right? All of those are going to be becoming sort of official in the next hour and change probably. So I think we're kind of looking at a buyout market that is frothed with players, Jensen, etc., but slim with need. High, lots of supply, not a lot of demand, and I think that's. To me, it represents a bigger typical part of what we were facing last year. Last year, I think we saw contracts that were so large that I would be stunned to see anything like them again. So the Sword Art deal, $6 million, 2 years, $3 million annual salary every year. It's gone after 1 year. Perks, 3-year deal, almost $9 million. So just slightly below Sword Art, that, probably $2.7, $2.8 million a year-ish, right? Going to Team Vitality, already gone. And I would be stunned if we see anyone, maybe only Bjergsen, and I still don't think we're getting that high, but maybe only Bjergsen's the only one that signs tonight something that big, because I think 2020 League of Legends was a tad bit of a bubble in terms of people being willing to spend, and we kind of see the results of that with some of these players, maybe teamless because nobody wants to pony up the money for buyout.
Okay, so I want to pick your brain on that a little bit more with buyout specifically because now, as of this year, and we'll get into it maybe a little more later, contract lengths can go up to 4 years.
Yeah.
And so that contrasted with, like you said, this bubble, if it is a bubble, of shelling out a lot of money for contracts that have just been bought out so far,
right.
Seemed like two arrows going in completely opposite directions. To you, as someone who's been reporting on this kind of stuff for a few years, is that a trend you're worried about? Like you say, oh, I'm signing X player to a 2 or 3 year deal for $1 gazillion. do those numbers even mean anything anymore? If it's just gonna, you can just axe it after 1 year.
Yeah, it does very much depend on, I mean, whatever the player negotiates, right? If they negotiate that you got to keep paying them the full amount in their contract, then, I mean, for the player, yeah, it sucks you don't get to play, but at least you keep getting paid your salary even if you're not actually getting to play. Some contracts have clauses where if you're not on the starting roster, your salary goes down to a certain amount, right? Like a certain percentage of the actual deal. And then very infrequently nowadays, although a lot more frequently in years past, you have the sort of, I can terminate for free and pay you nothing. And that's a lot more uncommon. I think that with more agents getting in the scene, lawyers getting involved, you see a lot more player empowerment. I still don't think we're exactly where I'd like to be in player empowerment personally, but I think we're a lot more there generally in terms of that their sort of termination clauses being a lot more fair.
Yeah, and I know for me, I mean, you want to talk about player empowerment. I know as a traditional sports fan, I think of, when LeBron and Chris Bosh decided to go to Miami, they said, actually, we build a super team. I'm thinking of
personnel party.
Exactly. we're at an inflection point there.
Yeah.
Maybe not, but time will tell with half of that. But looping back to North America and some buyouts, it's funny, you and I were talking beforehand. A name that comes to mind for me as far as rosters that could just go absolutely, that could go in 1,000 different directions, but actually don't require that many buyouts, is CLG. And that's an org that has been under the spotlight this year, sometimes for the good reasons, sometimes for bad reasons. That org seems like they could just sweep the feet of their roster and start from the ground up. Is that the sense you're getting?
Yeah, I mean, they have pretty significant management changes, and the two people that they've brought on to sort of lead the pack on their LCS team strike me as people that want to build something of their own, and that is Greg Kim, he used to be the head of LCS operations at Evil Geniuses, and then John McDaniel, who is formerly of Golden Guardians, assistant GM, now the GM of CLG. Both those guys are very good culture builders. John's career kind of spans building up a lot of Cloud9's amateur system and then going to Golden Guardians and having success there as well, sort of finding these younger players and giving them the opportunity, right, and really trying to set them up for success, these less experienced players. I do think CLG is in an interesting position tonight. You look at sort of who's under contract on that roster, and it's pretty slim, actually. Finn, who we're hearing rumors may go back to Europe. Other people are reporting that right now. And I think the only other person, if I remember correctly, is the bot lane. So, we're looking at a pretty heavy rebuild, and maybe that changes tonight too. So, very slim CLG, and indeed, and I definitely think that they're in a little bit of a rebuilding phase.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised, especially as orgs in the LCS look to, maybe not officially, but unofficially brand themselves as development orgs. I think of the likes of Golden Guardians, FlyQuest that are championing young talent and bringing that up. How do contract negotiations, because we're going to talk about, when we talk about moves that are broken, trades, buyouts, signings, etc., for some of these orgs, that means, hey, it was Fudge last year and Palafox, and in years past, Academy guys have been thrown around a lot, right? We talked about 100 Thieves Academy and the talent pipeline they've built up, and guys that are, they're not just throw-ins anymore into these deals. They are legitimate parts of these deals, as orgs really are stepping in now to developing North American talent. Outside of 100 Thieves, you mentioned Palafox, and he's a guy that has gotten a lot of airtime on the LCS broadcast, some dubbing him Palafaker. I wouldn't sure go that far, but the kid's got some sauce, to be sure.
Yeah.
Who else, if anyone, have you been looking at as, or whether it's players or orgs, saying, hey, our young talent is not a throw-in. This is someone that you are interested in, and let me tell you why.
Yeah, Cloud9 has a really long history of doing that as well. You look at some of the people that have come out of their academy system and gone on to be something. A lot of people, Licorice, right? I think about people like him.
Fudge.
Right, yeah. And I look at sort of their 2020 academy team as well, and I go, or 2021 academy team as well, and I would go, oh, okay, like King, Isles, right? Like that, Copy. Like these are some people who could be legitimately something on another team. Totally possible, in my opinion. And I think we could see them move around tonight a little bit too. Other than that, really the big one to me, and we'll see if he plays, is Ayla from Team Liquid. We reported that he could potentially be seeing some playing time. Team Liquid's kind of coin flipping a little bit here with the Core JJ green card situation. Core JJ gets a green card, great, he's playing, no problem. Core JJ doesn't get a green card, or there's some delay or whatever the processing part may be, you're going to have to call up your academy support from this past year to be the starting guy. I think when we've reported that, a lot of the reaction was like, who the hell is this dude? Which is the reaction to a lot of Oceanic talent that play in Academy. However, I think a lot of people, if he was on market, I think he would have demand. Like, I think some other LCS team would go pick him up. But
the problem, the fact that he's got TL Academy in front of his name, that kind of swings the stigma a little bit, right? If he wasn't like, oh, I'm an OS player that came and is now playing in Academy.
I think the fans have more stigma than maybe the professionals. Sure. I think the other GMs and others look at people like him and go, okay, yeah, let's take this risk. He's really talented in Academy. He's played well, and he could potentially turn into a very good support, somebody we kind of keep for a long time. But he's not even available. He is clearly locked, and he's going to be on Team Liquid. Maybe he moves mid-season or something if CoreJJ does get the green card and another LCS team needs a new support. Buy him out. Let's get him out of here. But, I mean, he's very clearly a part of Team Liquid until we know for certain that CoreJJ has his green card and he's officially a resident, and that makes their nice, fancy roster on the screen behind me all come to fruition, and that's what they really want.
And looking at, because that you have to require lawful permanent residency to be considered a product of your region. And CoreJJ at this time, right? I mean, 100 Thieves had to deal with that with Someday, right? When he had to get his green card. That
Jensen
was
as well. Some of these others, there are permanent residents of the United States now. So
no, that was the stipulation for getting them in. One more thing I want to talk to you about, and I realize that. I have learned so much about the machinations of free agency over the last even 3 days. Because there was a story that broke that I think maybe even speaks to broader kind of, whether it's parallels to traditional sports or what owners can and can't do, what players do and don't know about. And I'm talking about the clause in not a contract, but a buyout specifically, separate from a contract that Cloud9 and G2 signed when Cloud9 bought out Perks at the end of last offseason and said, hey, you're going to come over here. A clause was in there that said Perks cannot sign with Fnatic at any point over the next 3 years. That includes 2021, 22, then 23. I don't even have a question. What happened? How does that come about? How does Perks not know about it? Why is it a part of the buyout specifically, but not the contract? How do those machinations work? What do you got to know in 3 minutes?
So I want to state this for the record, and I'll look deadpan to camera for this. Perks did not sign that. Shut the hell up if you are saying that. Perks did not sign that. It's not in his contract. It's in a contract between G2 and Cloud9. It was signed without his consent. He had no say in the matter. If he wanted to go to Fnatic, he could not, period. And, Riot's position on this is basically that it didn't affect his prospects. More or less what I understand of the situation is that Fnatic went to C9 and they said, okay, we would like Perks. And C9 said, okay, here's the money. Here's what we want for his buyout, and here's what he wants his starting salary. Negotiate it out with him later. And Fnatic said, no, we're not comfortable with that. And then Vitality came in the picture, had the same conversation, and said, okay, yes, we would like this. But yes, we're good with those numbers. We'll get there. And they said, but we would like exclusive rights to negotiate with Luka, with Perks, right? And they got it. And then Fnatic came back and we're like, okay, we'll try it again. We're ready. And Cloud9 said, oh well, we already gave, ship sailed. Team Vitality's in the process of getting this done, and here we are. He's going to Team Vitality. But I want to make it really clear. I know that League of Legends fans maybe don't have the best of understanding of how these things work. Perks did not sign that. That is not in his contract. He did not consent to that. It was between the two teams, and some people may argue, oh, well, if he would have really wanted to go to Fnatic, it would have been waived or whatever else, but it wasn't. And I know Riot said that they're not going to allow it anymore, and they're not going to enforce that one. Too late. He's already going to be going to Team Vitality by the time that Riot had made that decision. So we're already here, and I think that needs to be really well understood that this was done behind his back, more or less, to be honest. And he didn't have the power here. And this is why people like me are very, very firm about why, unionization of the LCSPA and other things are really important, because I think a player should have a conversation. I mean, hell, that clause is potentially illegal under antitrust matters, depending on who you get in front of and argue in front of in court if it went that far, which I don't think it will. But that could be potentially illegal in antitrust matters too, and could violate a bunch of different things that exist in traditional sports. But we're in this sort of unprecedented, untapped market of esports. So, to me, we're looking at the situation where something was done I personally think it's kind of crappy, and I'm very disappointed, to be frank. But yeah, I just wanted to make that really clear because I think a lot of people don't understand that.
Well, I think you made it crystal clear. So with that, see this, whether this represents a landmark moment in how these deals are done, but we have so much more to talk about. We're going to take it to a quick break and get you, League of Legends fan, up to speed with what exactly is free agency in League of Legends. How does it differ from traditional sports? Everything you need to know about it in 3 minutes. We're going to go to a quick break, get y'all up to speed on that. When we come back, Pablo Suárez, you know him as Bloop GG on Twitter, LEC Wonderkind reporter, will be sitting with me where Jacob was. And yeah, another 3.5 hours to go, and the fun's just getting started. Don't go anywhere.
Here's League free agency explained in less than 3 minutes. As Worlds spells the end of the line for many top team seasons, it means that tough decisions have to be made, regardless of whether or not the team reached the standards it had for itself. Depending on whether a team even made it to Worlds or how much above or below their expectations they hit, moves might have even been in progress for weeks now. Before November 15th, the official opening of free agency, talks can happen between players and potential teams, but a player's current team has to allow their player and their representation to talk to those other orgs. Otherwise, it's considered tampering and is technically a no-no. But on November 15th, if a player's contract is up, the floodgates open and players can communicate and sign with whoever they please. That's the date when pen can officially be put to paper and all the rumors, tweets, and verbal agreements turn into salaries, Twitter handle changes, and legally binding documents. If a player's contract is not up, teams can still make moves, however, via a buyout. The machinations of each individual deal differ, but the common factor is this. If, for example, player X has 2 years left on a 3-year deal, but both parties agree to move on, the contract can be terminated early with the player receiving all the rest of the money they're owed in one lump sum. Deals can range between 1 to 4 years, and the dollar amounts can reach into the millions per year. Every team in the 4 major regions does have to abide by the interregional movement policy, or as it's more colloquially known, the import rule. Instituted in September of 2014, the import rule states that each team can have at most 2 players that aren't residents of the region it operates in. Players can obtain residency by either having been grandfathered into the region under previous iterations of the import rule, or by acquiring lawful permanent residency in their desired home region. In the US, this boils down to getting a green card. The one small but notable exception here is that, since the collapse of Oceania's OPL in late 2020, Oceanic players no longer count as imports in North America. Instead, just like players who are residents of the US and Canada, Australian and New Zealand players count as residents. Because of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, visas have become much more difficult to come by, and teams may very well find themselves dealing with some of the same sorts of delays that they encountered at the start of 2021 around getting all their players under the same roof in time for the spring split. Teams have roughly until the end of the calendar year to wheel and deal and build up their rosters for the upcoming season. And with the 2022 spring split just 2 months away for some regions, the landscape of the esport might be borderline unrecognizable in a very short time indeed.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Dot Esports 2021 Free Agency Show. Henrique de Moor here with you tonight as we break down what's going to be a wild offseason, a wild free agency period. I was just joined by Jacob Wolf, our more LCS-centric reporter, shall we say, but joined by another high-caliber, high-powered personality and reporter in the League of Legends esports space, our very own Pablo Suárez. Bloop, thank you for being here. How you doing, man?
Thank you for inviting me. I'm pretty good, thank you. Good show so far.
Yeah, so far so good, and it's only going to get crazier. I can't wait to hear, I mean, just even what you've told me kind of off stage and off script, wow, it's going to get spicy.
Yeah, there is stuff going on, definitely.
Yeah, let's start with what we do know, though, which is this year in the LEC, it was the year of Mad Lions. I mean, much to your joy. I know even when we were talking, when you and I were working on stuff about El Yoya and some of the young talent coming up, you as a Spaniard yourself, love to see that. And I think European fans, whether it was Rogue or Mad Lions, excuse me, championing young talent and building success stories out of it was something incredible to behold. But Mad Lions, they've scaled the mountain twice. They had a great run at MSI, an okay run at Worlds, and they are shedding some pieces, right? I mean, a team like that with supreme talent, you can't keep it around forever, unfortunately.
Basically.
And so, Humanoid and Carzzy were the two names on the chopping block so far. Let's talk about both of those then. Carzzy looking like he's heading to that super team in Vitality.
Yep.
What do we know about that and how kind of that came about?
Yeah, so Carzzy was, as far as we know, until last day, kind of, between renewing with Mad Lions and go to the Team Vitality Super Roster. It's going to happen this year. They tried last year. They didn't manage to create one, but looks like this year is a one. And they are going pretty strong in the LEC 2022. So yeah, Carzzy is one of the pieces that they were interested on because, you know, obviously back-to-back LEC champion, blah, 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 Worlds, first seed for Europe. So real interesting piece, real interesting player. And yeah, Vitality just locked him for the next 3 years.
3 years for him, and then Humanoid. He's on his way out. There have been obviously suitors for him. He's one of the most high level, if maybe sometimes inconsistent, but at his peak, he is arguably the best mid laner in the LEC. And he certainly performed like it. He was such a centerpiece of how that team, that Mad Lions team, liked to play. Looks like he's on his way out. There were rumblings, oh, he's going to go to NA, he's going to do this, that, and the other. What hole do you think that leaves in Mad Lions' identity?
Yeah, so I think it's definitely fair to say that he's a bit inconsistent, especially in regular season, but I feel like he's like a really clutch player in terms of performing what it matters. Worlds, playoffs, etc., etc. It's something that we've seen during the years, even with Splice back in the day in Worlds against SKT. Everyone will probably remember that. And yeah, I think the fact that Fnatic decided to change Nisqy with Humanoid, that is something that is in the last stages right now. Basically, some legal stuff and you know, that kind of stuff that you have to go through. But it's pretty much done. And I think it's interesting that Fnatic understand that Humanoid is better for them for next year than Nisqy, which is arguably the second best mid laner of the LEC during this year, especially taking into account that Caps didn't have his best year, definitely. I mean, the whole E2. So very interesting.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, I think, yeah, Nisqy, like you said, Humanoid, he might have his inconsistencies, and it's so funny because Nisqy, his play style is so different, right? He's such a selfless mid laner. You even saw that on Cloud9, and he's a guy that I think everyone roots for. And the fact that he is one of an alarming list of players really from Europe that is teamless right now is really surprising. And we'll get to that, so I want to put a pin in that. But to stay on Mad Lions here, they are still all about promoting young talent. Mac and company, right? They're back, you know, at the helm. They've done this before, and they are now bringing up a couple of pieces of talent from BIG, as well as Unforgiven from, I believe, SK Gaming Prime.
Yep.
What do we know about those two? Let's start with the deals themselves. What was it that drew them to Mad Lions specifically?
Yeah, I can start with Ricker if you want.
Please.
So Ricker comes from Berlin International Gaming for a very successful year. He was previously really close to the LEC with Vitality last year. But they went with Leader at the end. But this year he had a lot of interest among the LEC teams. He even declined an offer for Team BDS in the LEC. So yeah, Nuclear is going to take that spot. That's already reported. And Ricker is going to Mad Lions. So he kind of took the coin, the flip. He was posting on Twitter gifs about coin flipping and stuff, and was basically this because he had a deadline with BDS, and he decided to try get a better team in paper. You know, Mad Lions is the reigning champion, so it's fair to say it's a better team. So yeah, he's going to Mad Lions with Mac and the rest of the coaching staff, of course, who was renewed very recently, officially. Now talking about Unforgiven, it's something that I think people didn't expect because he wasn't like one of the biggest names in terms of AD carries in regional leagues in Europe. So people are surprised, but as far as I know, Mad Lions had some other options, and one of those is Patrick, the current Excel AD carry that just renewed with them. It's officially already. So apparently Patrick was trying with a lot of teams, even LCS and Mad Lions, but Mad Lions decided to go again for rookies. They are confident on it and they can make it work again as they did this past year. So it's going to be definitely interesting, and something that you mentioned about the players that are teamless, proven players that we know they are good. You know, Niski. A lot of guys, Jensen,
Niski,
it's crazy, yeah.
Wonder,
but
Reckless. I mean,
yeah, I feel like this year is like a big transition, and teams are going through rookies now that Mad Lions opened basically the way, the path. Teams, I think, identify that it's the way to go. We have a bunch of talent in Europe, a very decent pool of talent. So I'm glad that the teams are relying on them.
And you mentioned that I think something that we in the LCS, I don't know, I'm American if you couldn't tell. In the LCS, the youth movement has started, I think, but it hasn't quite taken off in earnest. And I think something that would help it take off in earnest is, like you said, a team like Mad Lions that says, actually, okay, G2, here's what you do. You take proven commodities, and that's fine, right? And it worked for a long time. They built a super team until they didn't. But Mad Lions and Rogue, right? These are teams that have 9 guys that were in ERLs just 2 or 3 years ago, and they proved that no, they can actually hang with the best of the best, right? Humanoid was taking on SKT at Worlds on Splice not too long ago, and so yeah, I mean, this influence of Mad Lions has spread so far to where I mentioned how G2 used to be kind of the polar opposite of that, right? The last homegrown talent they had was Perks, right? Way back when G2 was Gamers 2, right? When it all started back in the day. But G2 now, they're taking a page out of Mad Lions' book. And after they blew their roster up, they're keeping, Caps and Yankos. I said, no, this mid jungle still can be elite. That's what we're going to build around. But top lane, they're, we'll see where they go. But in the bottom lane, specifically, that's what I want to focus on. Flacken and Targamas. They are going with an all-rookie bottom lane. Even like for G2, yes, we don't expect them to go with rookies. But for any team to go with 2 players in the bottom lane, usually you see, Trimby was paired up with Hansama, rookie support, veteran ADC, or in North America, tactical, rookie AD carry, veteran support. These are 2 guys that are fresh out of the ERLs. Why now for G2? This is so uncharacteristic for them.
I think that they identified that they had to close a phase, or in terms of this roster, the legacy of these players, and just accept that it's not the same. It's not going to work anymore. We reported on the fact that Reckless, Jankos, etc., didn't really want to play together because of weak synergies, etc. So G2 it's taking a complete different path this time, going with a double rookie bot lane, as you mentioned. So Targamas, I think, is one of the. It's not actually a rookie because he was on the LEC stage, if I'm not mistaken. But he's been performing really well in K-Corp this past year. Of course, he's been super successful in the LFL and EU Masters. And with Flagged, I think it's a bit complicated for the all the conversation around the signing and why him. As far as we know, and this is something that Carlos even said in public, I think, Targamas and Flagged were playing really, really well against world teams, even the world champion Edward Gaming.
Really?
With
That's
one of the
best bot lane in the world.
Yep, basically. Yeah. So apparently they are performing well, and G2 is taking the risk. Of course, it's a risk, but they are taking it. I'm glad that like top teams and teams that didn't go for rookies for a long time, as you mentioned. The last player that they basically developed was Perks. So I'm excited to see how G2 is going to manage this.
If Mad Lions were the first to do it and do it successfully, right? It's once that effect trickles all the way down to G2, whose identity was so on the other side of that. I think the youth revolution is on in earnest in the ERLs, or in the LEC rather, plucking talent from the ERLs. What do you think for Mad Lions is kind of next for them? Because they hit their high so emphatically, and especially I think of summer playoffs, the way that they just, I felt like they were playing with one hand over their eyes and just playing with their toes and just absolutely ran over the rest of the competition. Like really good other teams, G2, Rogue, Fnatic, whatever. It didn't feel like they held a candle to them. Do you think that, does Mad Lions still have those lofty expectations, or do they recognize that maybe they take a step back?
I don't know if they can manage to make a rookie roster work in a very, very short term, as they did last year with Elyoya, Armut, and stuff. But I'm definitely glad that they are going for it again, because they think they are capable of making it work again. I think it's hard to make it back-to-back in 2 different years, but I think that they can do it. If I have to rely on someone to make a rookie work in the short term, that's definitely Mac and the rest of the guys at Mad Lions, because they prove that they can do it.
Yeah, no, they've done it once and looking to do it again. Let's talk Fnatic now, shifting gears a little bit. Humanoid, former Mad Lions mid laner, likely going to Fnatic.
Yep.
From what you've told us, that's just some odds and ends that need to be cleaned up there. Fnatic had, what a year, and you probably saw that, and I think everybody probably saw. If you haven't, look up their behind-the-scenes video from Worlds. So much behind the scenes.
Really emotional, yeah.
I almost started crying watching. You see just how much those guys care, and you think that to me is a story of what if. That feels like one of those big what if moments, right? If that roster stays together, what they could have accomplished with someone, especially like Yamato, behind running the show there. Yamato, I trust that man with my life. I'd never met him before. If he said literally run into a brick wall and you might have a shot at Worlds, I'd be like, yeah, how fast? You want me to get a running start? You want me to jump?
Do it.
Like I'd do it, absolutely.
Yeah.
So he's still looking like he's going to be the man, commanding the ship up at the front, waving the Fnatic flag. Aside from Humanoid, Blippo, gone. Adam, bit of a question mark.
Yeah.
What have you heard from the Fnatic camp as far as what the rest of that roster is going to look like?
Yep. Yeah, so Blippo is definitely gone, and Adam most likely. It's
most likely gone.
Yeah, Adam is probably gone too, because from my understanding, the relationship between team and player is not the best, and I don't think they can save it at this point. So it looks like kind of right at this point. So Adam is likely going to BDS, not done yet, but we'll keep people updated as soon as we know a bit more. But yeah, the Fnatic top lane situation, it's very interesting. Upcomer just reported that Cabo Short decided to go with Carmine Core for another year rather than go to Fnatic. It's something that we know too. It's true. So yeah, Cabo Chat. What can I say? And now for Fnatic, it's really a question mark, because I don't think they are able to get Wunder at the end. That is something that was that has been around for some days, and I don't really know what they're going to do now that their main candidate for Toblin, which was Kavachar in the last couple of days, is going to stay with Carmen Corp, and I think that's also a big statement for him to rather be on regional leagues for another year than coming back to the LEC. I don't see a lot of players doing that.
Yeah, no, I think to your point, I mean, if I'm in Kavachar's shoes, right, I say, oh, do I want to hang out here for a little longer or get a spot that belonged to Suárez, Bwipo, and Adam, ever, like that's it, right? And I mean, that's a pretty prestigious spot, and you've got the infrastructure there and some high-powered players in, that bottom lane especially, right? Upset and Hylissang. I think Hylissang expected to re-sign as well. That should stay as is. That feels like kind of a no-brainer, but to your point, that is kind of unprecedented. Taking a bit of a left turn here, because this is something you and I had talked about over dinner a couple days ago, with teams being put into situations, like you said, where a first option will fall through and you're kind of scrambling a little bit. Something like a loan, right? Those have been discussed before. Is that a thing? Is that allowed? Is it not? Is it LCS or LEC specific? What can you tell us about that and anything you've heard around a short-term loan?
Yeah, so the loan topic, I think it's really interesting. I think it's a good idea to prevent our players to go to NA because of buyouts and stuff, and not be able to keep them, because it's fair to say that NA has more money that we have basically. So I think loans is a good idea. It's not a thing in Europe yet, as far as we know. Like Carlos called it out recently on Twitter. He mentioned that they tried with Reckless, but it's not a thing yet. Maybe for next year. LEC owners have often meetings on that, and they discuss this kind of thing. So I think we will see the loans be something for next year.
Do you think that loans, I mean, you talk about Reckless specifically, that's a hefty contract, and I think in Europe especially, they're more familiar with the concept of a loan, because in soccer and football, right, teams will take younger players who they're not paying that much, right, and say, hey, go to a smaller team, right, because that contract isn't as, if I loan someone out for a split, they have to eat their salary for a split, but Reckless is not. There are very few teams that can walk up and say, hey, yeah, actually, we can afford Reckless. Do you think that the price point is what's holding loans back, or is that just kind of not even?
I'm not too sure if, maybe no one really cared too much before now.
Fair enough.
Because I feel like with the meetings they have usually in that, they could have a voting for that, I think. But looks like teams are more interested into that nowadays. So yeah, I think we will see it eventually, probably for next year.
And now let's talk kind of a two-parter here. BDS.
Yep.
Hey, I can't believe actually shows you how wild the top of the LEC has been, that we haven't even talked about BDS yet and what they are bringing to the party here. How much of because they're kind of starting from scratch. There was the grabs, whatever. They've got to build a coaching staff and all this stuff. But they came from the ERLs, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like they don't have infrastructure.
No, they do have a lot, and in terms of money and that, they are really, really strong, as people probably know. And yeah, in terms of what they are building, they are going for a rogue-like or a Mad Lions-like model in terms of going for rookies. But they have a really, really good coaching staff now with Grabs and also Davman. I don't know if that was mentioned somewhere, but I know the Grabs staff was in Sport Maniaco, so great for them. But he's going with Davman, who was with him in G2 also this past couple of years. They were super successful, of course. And I'm really excited to see Grabs in this kind of different profile, like dealing with rookies and not with a lot of superstars, like 5 superstars in one roster. That, I mean, I think it's a completely different world, from going from this G2 roster to the BDS roster that are expecting to feature names like Thinkroff, X-Mari, or also guys at Schalke like Nuclearint or Limit. So it's going to be interesting too.
Yeah, no, I think it's speaking of someone who has no coaching experience and knows nothing about that, there's always that balance of, if you're bringing up rookie players or coaching a bunch of veterans who have been to Worlds before, how much of it is personality management, how much of it is nurturing a safe environment for a 17, 18-year-old kid who gets thrust onto the LEC stage and go, hi, you're in front of Twitch chat and your entire continent. Oh, and the whole country from your regional league is behind you. They hope you do well, right? Good luck, buddy. By the way, on the other side, there's Kaiser and all these guys. Like you said, BDS, they are taking a model that is more rookie focused. You said Rogue and Mad Lions
Yep.
That's a pretty high. That all of a sudden that became a pretty high bar. I mean, 2 years ago, Rogue was maybe the worst team in the LEC.
Yep.
And now through again a youth movement, they have reached really high highs. Do you think that? I mean, is that realistic for BDS? And maybe not in their first year, but in the next 2 years for them to hit that with all this ERL talent and the guys specifically that they have? I want to talk about, like you said, guys like X-Matty and even a couple guys like Nuclear who came over from Schalke, whose spot they obviously took.
I think they definitely can, and it's going to be really interesting because I feel like there is two different directions in the LEC. There is the teams that are going for rookies basically, and the teams that are going for like veterans or like Vitality, for example. So it's going to be really interesting to see who has the good idea at the end, or the idea that works the best. It's the easy thing is to say that Vitality is going to take it over. If you just read the names of the roster, it's of course really, really powerful. But we thought the same about G2 this past year, and well, here we are.
Here we are, exactly. Yeah. So BDS, they're putting themselves in that bucket, which is bringing up rookies. Tell me about these, a couple of these guys that are coming up. I mean, we know Nuclear Int. I mean, this is, his second or third stint in there. Last year was not his first time in the LEC, no?
Yeah, I think it was the first time. He went to Schalke when they sold Abedage to 100
Right.
Tips. And I think he's been really, really decent for the first split, and also subbing in someone as Abedage, which is really, really impactful, especially in that team, really iconic. It's not easy, I think, and I'm glad that he's getting like a second chance in BDS with 1 year to prove himself, because I think if you really want to rely on rookies, you have to give them probably like 1 year. And it's something that we don't see in all cases.
So you mentioned also X-Matty coming from
Carmencorp.
Where? K-Corp. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, K-Corp is that kind of the creme de la creme of the ERLs, right? Back to back EU Masters champions. They're legit. Who else are you looking? I mean, do you think there are other talents, whether it's from K-Corp or BIG or whoever, SK, right? Fnatic Rising that made an impressive run this split. Do you have your eyes on anyone else to land in the LEC this year that maybe we haven't heard a lot about?
It was reported, I think, earlier today from our colleague Paul from L'Equipe that Seiking is renewing with K-Corp, and I think that it's one of the names that I would love to see in the LEC again. In the near future, because I feel like it was quite unfair, like the performance he had because of the circumstances. He stepped in to sub on Jizuke, if I'm not mistaken, in Team Vitality a few years ago, and he wasn't great, but I feel like it was because he wasn't prepared. So I would love to see him back again on the stage and to finally like prove himself as one of the most promising mid laners for the next couple of years.
Yeah, and I wish we've got to go to a break here in a second, and I wish I could have you on for even longer, but obviously we'll be seeing you. I mean, I think of teams like, XL, who brought in Mark Hoon and Advienne and those guys, and the patience that you need to have with rookies, like you said.
But for example, Mark Hoon and Advienne, it's a case that two guys that came in and completely changed XL, in my opinion. They were quite better with those two guys that already had a synergy build from the academy team. Of course, Jungle Super, very vocal, right. Generally. So I think that's something interesting, that two rookies can change a team basically in 1 or 2 weeks.
Yeah, no, and I'm really looking forward to see, like you said, you have a lot of talent in Europe. Hopefully a lot more of it comes to the surface, whether through BDS. I mean, G2, Mad Lions Rogue, there's so much of it to go around. Bloop, thank you so much for being down here. You're going to be up there wheeling and dealing because free agency officially kicks off in just 5 minutes. The clock's going to strike midnight in the UK. We're going to take it to a quick break. Again, in 5 minutes, I'll be back here with my crack team of analysts. Bloop and Jacob will be up in the war room. We're going to be joined by a whole bunch of people. It's going to get spicy. I said it's going to get sweaty in the intro. I've got my water bottle ready to go here. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, the fun officially starts. The Bloop Scoops and the Wolf Bombs are going to start flying here on the Dot Esports Twitch channel, so don't you dare go anywhere.
That said, I'm Enrique Demore, your host tonight. It's going to be an awesome, awesome next 3 hours with a lot going on. So we're going to take a second before we dive into it and it gets real interesting to walk you through a few things. Here's how tonight's going to work. Jacob and Pablo are in the war room, and over the next 3 hours, they'll be talking to sources and bringing news back to us in real time. Now, here's when you'll know, or here's how you'll know when news breaks. We'll have 2 sound effects, and if you've watched this show in years past, you'll probably recognize this one. That is the sound of a wolf bomb being dropped, and it means that Jacob has a piece of breaking news for us. So, at any time that we hear the wolf howl, we will drop everything, bring Jacob on screen, and he'll let us know what the heck just went down. Now, for the 2021 edition, that's this one, of the Free Agency Show, our reporter team has doubled, which means that the sound effects have as well. This one, there's a chance you also might recognize. Now, despite what your solo queue instincts might be telling you, that does not mean that an elemental is going to get summoned and bonked into your direction. Not at all. It means that a bloop scoop is coming your way, much friendlier. When either one of those sound effects hit, again, we drop everything. I will cut people off because we've got breaking news. We're going to go right to either Jacob or Pablo. They'll run us through the move, and I'll bring us back before discussing it with our analysts. Who are our analysts, you ask? Well, joining us here in studio live, we have Ender and Space Ghost. Ender, you weren't wearing that a second ago.
No, I just threw this one on. I figured, you know, a lot of people will remember me from the LEC, like over in EU, so I got to tell them I'm American now. We're back in the States, so they get it. They understand.
A howdy do to you, and a howdy do to Space Ghost. Thank you for being here. I like the blazer and like arcane-esque getup, right?
Yeah,
was that
yeah.
intentional
We got the purple, we got some pink, we got some blue here. You know, just in honor of probably one of the biggest properties to have ever dropped for Riot Games. Pretty big deal, but we're here to talk about something a little more exciting, in my opinion.
More exciting than arcane. Wow.
I mean,
right. With that very high praise, let's get into it. I mean, we're probably going to get interrupted at some point, even in the next 5 minutes, because the clock has officially struck. We are into free agency.
Yeah.
Teams are wheeling and dealing. Pen's going to be put to paper. Whether it's from the LEC or the LCS, let's talk. I mean, first, let's get the elephant in the room out of the way. G2. What in the heck? I mean, that was supposed to be the team. That was supposed to be the team that not only brought the Summoners Cup, that won back-to-back LEC titles, but won the whole dang thing. And it could not have gone more wrong, and now they've blown it all up. Ender, you came from, you are American now, but you came from the LEC. In short, what the heck happened, and why was it so bad that they decided, you know what, let's light the whole thing on fire?
Well, I mean, like, Spring Split, again, wasn't even that bad for G2, right? They were the best team in the regular season, and obviously had some problems when it came to playoffs and actually performing there for them. But I think, like, if you look at Carlos, he's a guy that's going to make changes if they don't win Worlds, usually. And, well, they didn't even make it there this time around. So this team was always going to have changes coming into the end of this year. And I think that, to be honest, looking at Reckless, like, yes, he was a really strong individually performing player for the roster, but you can't discount the fact that he comes in, changes the dynamic of G2 completely, and then they start to falter as well. So looking at the new roster that's been sort of rumored now for G2, I actually feel like this is going to remind people a lot of the G2 of like a 2018, right? Where they've got really cracked solo laners, a really strong jungler as well, and a bot side that has a lot to try and prove themselves.
And the other side of that, I mean, G2 kind of coming down and another super team forming in the LEC. That's Team Vitality. And Kari, you and I were talking about this kind of off air, right? As you know, when we've got different opinions even between the two of you, so I'd love for you two to even go back and forth on this. This Vitality super team, on paper, just looking at the names on the roster, best team in the LEC. The talent is undeniable, but we've also learned from G2 that it's not just as simple as plug and play. Kari, you are going to get your thoughts later on it. Because we've got a Bloop scoop. The Orange Horn has sounded. That means we've got news to break, but we'll talk Vitality because maybe this will have something to do with it. Pablo, first one of the day, man. What do you got? Hit us with it.
Hello, guys. So as you probably saw, KCOR made official that they are signing Reckless, and I just wanted to share.
Pablo?
Hello? Yeah. Okay. Reckless is going to K Corp, and we have some more details on it. We got told that it's more than $1 million buyout worth it, and that he will receive $1 million split it in two-year contract. He has a contract until 2023.
So you said this is Reckless 2K Corp. So Pablo, can you run back the specifics of that contract again? Just one more time. What buyout, new contract? What were the machinations of how this deal got done numbers-wise?
Yeah, so it's till 2023. It's a 2-year deal. He's getting $1 million salary split in the 2 years, and the buyout is more than $1 million.
All right, Bloop. Thank you. We'll no doubt be back to you very shortly. This I did not see coming. Even I tried to keep myself off Twitter, right, in the hours leading up to this. I failed, full disclosure. But even in the half hour I've had a time to digest the rumors, and now Pablo breaking it to us, it's official. Reckless going to K Corp. And again, BDS took Schalke's spot, not K Corp. This is not another LEC team going down into the ERLs as, like you were saying, under at one point the best in the land, the guy that was supposed to bring it all home. Kari, this seems, I mean, K Corp is about as established as it gets as far as resources, in the ERLs. Why in the heck do you think Reckless decides, I'm actually going to take a step down, and is even calling it a step down fair?
I think calling it a step down is fair. I think we should just speak to it as it is. I think we should look at it as it is. Obviously, ERLs are where we see a lot of promising talent come from, but in this situation, I think that a lot of it is just about staying sharp. I think all of us kind of knew he wouldn't find a home in NA that would really, make him feel satisfied that he would be competitive. So why not just stay in what is essentially a glorified boot camp to stay sharp? That's my opinion, at least.
Yeah, and I think one of the really shocking thing about this deal to me in particular is seeing it be a two-year deal for him. Yeah. Right? Like saying that there is a level of commitment there, and yeah, obviously buyouts are going to exist. That's a possibility, but I know everyone's going to be talking about like LEC expansion when. That's definitely a possibility in the future for the league. But if K Corp was able to get in, that would be fantastic for them. I think this team is going to look really strong, especially with the news of like Cabochard wanting to stay in the top lane and turning down a Fnatic offer to make that happen as well. So for me, I think that K Corp absolutely struck a gem on this, and it'll be exciting to see what Reckless can do for them. On the other hand, like the rest of the league not wanting to go for Reckless, that is also going to be really shocking to a lot of people. But I think it is going to speak to LEC's sort of history where they don't like to invest a ton in players when they have options to go in for younger, fresher talent that are just going to cost them way less bank.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking beforehand to Pablo about whether it's loans or these sort of price points. I think it's not even, the equation is not as simple as, do I want Reckless on my team? Yeah. Because if that's the only variable, then yeah, of course, that's a no-brainer. But that contract weighs heavy. Now, like you said, I mean, yeah, LEC expansion when this is a very established org.
It's going to be a busy night, boys.
Yeah, we weren't kidding. They were going to get interrupted kind of 24/7 here. We got so much more to go over. But Jacob, your first Wolf Bomb of the night. What do we have?
So all the Misfits deals are soon to be official. They're going to be re-signing Hyrit to a 2-year deal. They're re-signing Vander Support to a 1-year deal. And they are promoting Schlatan, their jungler, who is going to not get a new contract, but he's going to get a raise because he's moving from ERL to the main roster. And they are also signing Neon, the former Schalke 04 AD carry, as their new AD carry. He's on a 2-year deal.
Now, I imagine, because when we started this show, it was just Vithio confirmed in the mid lane. I imagine not all of these moves, all 4 of these happened right at once. There were a lot of machinations going on behind the scenes. How did the rest of this roster come together, to your knowledge?
I think that Hyrit and Vander, because they're extensions, there's been some time to talk about that there's not sort of tampering rules around you re-signing players, so, it's pretty easy to kind of talk to them about what they want. I think that's why we're seeing those extensions. In the case of Schlatan, he's a very promising ERL jungler who's been on a Misfits Premier this past season. He's getting the call up. That's really impressive. And then Neon, Schalke's been dissolved now for a couple months, so I believe that most of those players were granted permission to start talking early, and I think that's part of the reason you're seeing this happen so quickly right now.
All right, well, Jacob, thank you. No doubt be talking to you again soon. Kicking it over to y'all. Kari, I'm going to start with you. This Misfits roster, a lot of the same, but a lot of differences, or a couple of differences, I should say. Bringing up Zlatan, obviously that means, again, let's address the elephant in the room here. Razork, there had been rumblings about him going elsewhere, and maybe we'll find out exactly where officially, yada, yada, yada.
Will we, though? Because it's such a mess.
The beginning of the show is not disappointed at all.
I know.
But Misfits, I mean, they were close this past year. This was a very strong roster that, like Vitality, took Fnatic to 5 games. A very good Fnatic roster. What do we think? I mean, what do you make of Misfits retooling like this? Do you think that their expectations have shifted, or is this about just saying, no, actually, we are going to keep, again, investing, because Misfits Premier is also a very established ERL stalwart?
Yeah, I think that this is the year that we were talking about, how the old guard is kind of falling, and we're seeing the investment in younger talent, but this time there's sincerity. We've heard it for so many years, we've heard it so many times. This is more of a sentiment coming out of NA. I think LEC has done a very good job of developing their talent pipeline, and now they are trying to reap the benefits. They're now seeing more young, talented players who kind of just, they don't cost as much, and they really don't need that much retooling. I think Ender probably knows significantly more than me, though.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, like, you're absolutely right. Like, Vito is a promising guy that, took a while to sort of find his footing in the LEC, so it's nice to see him sticking around, of course. But the big thing for me is Zlatan moving up onto the roster, because I think Misfits would have loved to keep Razor. Sure. He was a really strong player on the team, and whichever team finds him is going to be extremely lucky to get him onto their squad. Zlatan was a good jungler in the ERL, so I don't think he's going to be, like, so out of place here coming into the LEC, but that is definitely a downgrade in my eyes for the team. And then I would overall say that maintaining Kirid in the top lane is absolutely fantastic. He was one of the best top laners in the LEC last year, and that top jungle was probably the most consistent and highest tier area of the map for them. So keeping at least one of the two is a good sign for Misfits.
And I think, kind of like we were talking about, and there are parallels, I think, to NA even, is that, like you said, we don't expect Zlatan to be completely out of place, because the ERLs, especially the LFL, that is one heck of a regional league. The competition there is very, very good. We're talking about, Flacket and Targamas going toe-to-toe with apparently EDG's bot lane, which, I trust that's true, but that's wild. And so it's one thing to promote talent and have patience with them, but it gets a lot easier when the place that they're coming from is giving them such good reps. And I think that is next. I mean, if we want to talk about how to fix the NA amateur ecosystem, we could be here for another.
Can't help you on that.
Another 5
Don't let me start.
But I think that is kind of a next step for North America, is making sure that the reps they're getting there are going to be up to snuff. But no, this should be Zlatan, like you said, should not feel totally out of place. That top jungle, I do think here to me it felt like him and Genex were two guys that fell under the radar.
It never ends.
Speaking of radars, here's another great segue. Radar has detected another Bloop scoop. The orange horn has sounded now twice. So Pablo, another scoop from you, man. Give me more notes to write down. What do you have for us?
Hello again, guys. So LCS news. We already know about the Team Liquid's roster, super roster for this upcoming year, but we do know about his coach now. So Team Liquid is finalizing a deal with former Immortals coach Guilloto for being the head coach for the Team Liquid roster in the next 2 upcoming years.
Wow. Okay. So Guilloto, he coming over from Immortals, like you said. So a guy that has been in the LCS, and to me felt like a guy that helped that Immortals roster punch very consistently above their weight. Now, that's guys that have experience, a rookie in Revenge and whatnot, but a lot of experience on the bottom side. This is no small task, managing a roster of high caliber players. How did this come about for Team Liquid? Why did they think that Guilloto was the right guy, from what you know? Well. All right.
Yeah. I am a massive fan of Guilloto, actually, especially because this last year, he was known to incentivize his academy players by giving them spots in the LCS playoffs as a result of like good play in academy. So for example, they subbed in Pretty. It wasn't Pretty, unfortunately. Pretty played a pretty rough Orianna that kept getting caught out. But, you know, sometimes you just end up being bait. That happens, you know, in those situations. But even then, having Gihoto, who is so intelligent and really creates this atmosphere of friendly competition between the teams. So, you know, it seems like they sort of keep themselves siloed, and it's like, focus on the boys, you know? We're focusing on the boys. The competition is between yourself and your teammates. We're not gonna focus on everybody outside. We're gonna make sure that we are up to snuff internally, and then we will start looking externally. And you can see that in Immortals' sort of very slow, encroaching improvements throughout the season in 2021. So Gihoto, massive shock. First of all, I'm really sad to see him leave Immortals, but huge, like massive boon to Team Liquid. This is such a positive thing for me.
Yeah, and I think the camaraderie aspect you mentioned too is actually going to play a big deal, because I'm unsure of Cold's situation with the team. I imagine he's going to be sticking around as an assistant coach, because Cold and Gihoto worked together back in Origin days in 2019 when they actually made it to the spring finals in LEC. So I think that's a really solid news for them. I'd actually love to see Hax Defender stick around with the team too. I think that entire coaching staff is really, really solid. So I wonder if that sort of played into things as well. Liquid working with Cold and wanting to bring Gihoto into the picture too, to sort of round out that coaching staff.
No, I wouldn't be surprised at all. And we were talking, Pablo and I were kind of mentioning a little bit that coaching, I'm not here to say that these are the only two buckets that coaching drops into, is, you know, is player management and then talent development, right? But this feels like, to me anyway, Gihoto walking into he's got different responsibilities than he did with Immortals, that he does now with Team Liquid. These guys are proven winners at TL, right? You got Bjergsen coming back, and he wants to go scorched earth on the LCS. I don't think you come back and say, actually, no, I'm going to Team Liquid. I know I've been a part of one team for X amount of years, but I want to bring this back to you because you got interrupted last time, but guys say they want to do anything they can to win. They're going to do whatever it takes to win. These are a bunch of strong personalities. These are guys that have done it before. These are guys that have preconceived notions of how they want to play. We've learned that it isn't as simple as plug and play. I feel like Gihoto might be the guy to do that. Do you share that sentiment?
I do. I think that we've talked about it before. Coaches often end up being very much ego managers, and with very experienced players, you do often have big personalities. I think Bjergsen is not one of those. I think Bjergsen is very much one of the diplomatic players that is easier to work with, is very much focused on the team, and even though he has ideas about the path to victory, he is willing to negotiate and work on those so that everybody can have their say and they can kind of combine this, because that's what makes a super team a super team. You either crash and burn because the egos are too big, or you learn to barter and everybody feels heard, everybody feels represented in your style of play. And Gihoto, ego manager of the century. You mentioned Origin. I can't think of a better way to be bathed in fire to manage this team.
That's a very good point. I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, that Origin roster, I mean, we sort of associate Origin with maybe being well, not what they once were, but what we do have now is another Wolf Bomb. We are just 20 minutes into this. This is our third one between Bloop Scoops and Wolf Bombs. Jacob, hit me with it. I'm ready for everything now.
Not exactly my bomb, but he buried the lead just a little bit in his twit longer. Ale has announced that he's coming back to pro play as the new support for Golden Guardians. I think that was rumored out there, but he officially confirmed it just now in a twit longer that he published a couple of minutes ago. So, welcome back.
Okay, so coming back to pro play as a member of Golden Guardians, the rest of that roster, I guess we'll see how it kind of takes shape, but between Newbie and Chime, they had a couple of guys in the wings at least. Golden Guardians have got a very good talent pipeline. Why, from what you know, did they decide to go with Ale?
You know, I think a lot of people were down on him for maybe reasons a little bit out of his control. I mean, there was, if you remember, there was some clear dysfunction between like him and Doublelift in the past. And then he actually, if I'm not mistaken, if I recall correctly, was a part of the Golden Guardians team at one point as well, Golden Guardians organization. Earlier in their time as a franchise, so I think they're taking a little bit of a risk here going back with him. But I think he's talked a little bit about sort of mental health and everything as well, and sort of taking some time to rest and recuperate. So if he's coming back, I hope he's kind of up to snuff and ready to go. Feels better about sort of where he's at and taking on the pro scene.
All right, Jacob, thank you. I mean, we'll have a lot to say about Golden Guardians as one of these development rosters who, it's funny, when they were such a rookie-centric roster, and then when they subbed in Solo and then Licorice in that top lane, I feel like veteran presence in the top lane is one of those league cliches that just, I mean, it rolls off the tongue so often. But they, you know, from what we can tell, you're keeping Licorice there and going with Ale, and he's a guy that, you want to talk about whatever sidelined him and for how long. Golden Guardians feels like they have built a brand at this point of being a safe haven for developing talent. And not that Ale is a developing talent. He's been kind of in and out of the LCS or whatever. But this feels like another move that it feels very classic Golden Guardians.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think more than anything, Golden Guardians is about giving players a chance. I mean, they are indisputably the team that gave all of the OS players the chances that they need, and now FBI is the best ADC in NA. I think I would say, at least for the moment, FBI is the best ADC in NA. And I think that that's just another part of it, is whatever took him away from the league is now something that Golden Guardians has. I mean, they've worked with him before, so they know whatever it is that keeps him out of play now it's not an issue anymore, or they don't feel like it's going to be an issue, and they're willing to give him not even a second chance. It's just a re-entry in a very safe way. The thing is that maybe I'm on the hopium too much, but I do think that Golden Guardians can, I mean, they touched 4th place with that roster that 100 Thieves has now purchased, but they did touch glory. And I think that when you have a team that's this volatile in terms of standings, I mean, Ole may be able to actually find a competitive team once he's on his feet.
Yeah, and with that Golden Guardians roster, the old one, yeah, they touched 4th, and even this rookie-heavy roster, as someone like a Blaze Olive thrust himself into the conversation of Rookie of the Split after one fateful Tom Kench mid-game. Everybody goes, wait a minute, this kid's got some sauce. This kid, okay, like that was an unorthodox pick. And,
yeah.
Say what you want about Tom Kench mid, but he showed that he is, that he leveled up while he was there in that system, and. No, I mean, this is a team that, I mean, with Stixay as well, Licorice, Iconic as well, this is a team that I think, I don't think they have notions above their station exactly, but I think that they're a pretty self-aware team, and they know, like, okay, we want experience to help kind of nurture some of these talents. Now, we are going to shift gears a little bit and bring on, we've got a series of segments here that we're going to sprinkle in throughout the show. Called Data Diff, when your numbers are so dang good that you provide context around them. Imagine that, stats-based analysis with context in League of Legends. I would never. But we've got the man himself, Tim Sevenhuysen. You know him as either Magic or from Oracle's Elixir fame. He's going to be joining us in a sec, but he cooked up some segments for us. This one on Humanoid specifically, one of the hot names on the LEC market. We're going to hear a little bit from Tim and have him on a little bit afterwards. But from Tim right now about what makes Humanoid tick and what makes him who he is from a numbers perspective. Take a look.
Multiple teams have been linked to Mad Lions mid laner Merrick Humanoid Brazda. Humanoid is fresh off a season where he helped lead his team to back-to-back LEC titles, an appearance at MSI, and a trip to the quarterfinals of the World Championships. There's still 1 year left on his contract with Mad, but it's not clear whether he'll be back to finish out that deal, or whether he'll move within the LEC or across the Atlantic to the LCS. Humanoid is undoubtedly one of the strongest players who could move this offseason. He had the 2nd best laning stats among all of the LEC's starting mid laners across the spring and summer regular season, behind only Caps. He also led all starting mids in damage output, posting 538 DPM. Across all positions, only Crownshot and Reckless posted higher DPMs than Humanoid. It's rare to have a chance to obtain a top 2 or 3 player in his position from Europe, and there's no question Humanoid is in that class. The question is whether Mad will ultimately decide to let him go, and that depends on their possible replacement plans and the whims of the buyout market.
We're back and joined remotely from a guy that puts the N in NA, the North in North America, from the snowy and rainy white north of Vancouver, in the west coast of Canada. I'm not going to say Vancouver exactly, because I don't actually know exactly where you are, but running into some weather difficulties. Hopefully we got you here for long enough. Tim Sevenhuysen, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, happy to be here. It's been exciting so far, lots to talk about. The rain has dropped off a little bit here, but I don't care what's happening outside. I just want to know what's happening on Twitter and, and on this show and on everything around the league right now.
Now, Tim, you've kind of made a name for yourself, founding Oracle's Elixir, taking on, thank you, the duty of perpetuating the match histories online, being available on Oracle's Elixir. Why don't you tell the good people a little bit about yourself and why it is you do the work that you do in stats specifically, because stats in any sport, but League of Legends in particular, can be, let's say, taken out of context. What, besides maybe that, inspired you to be, the stats guy and help a bunch of esports nerds become a little more nerdy, maybe?
Sure. So yeah, I founded Oracle's Elixir back in 2015 when I basically discovered some ways to get data out of the games and realized, hey, there aren't very many people. Not very many people out there using them, so I just wanted to put it out there and use some of the skills I had kind of as a researcher and as an analyst and use them properly, tell some good stories with them, and that's led into a lot of other opportunities to learn the game itself better so that I can actually understand the stats properly or understand when the stats might be lying to you about something because it doesn't line up with what I actually see when I watch the games. And it's turned into a lot of great opportunities. For example, being able to learn about Humanoid, who is of interest, to be able to discuss it a little bit.
Now, Tim, I have to cut you off here. We've got another Bloop scoop. The horn has sounded. And for the sake of our run of show, I really hope it's a certain one. But regardless, we will tackle this head on. Pablo, what do you have for us?
Hello, gang. So we are talking about actually one of our co-streamers now. So sources just told us that Cadrel is considering moving to a coach position in Team Vitality after receiving a lot of offers during this offseason from both NA or EU. He's still considering staying as a caster for next year, but Team Vitality, it's indeed a possibility that it's going to be decided probably this week. He will be joined by Mephisto in the coaching staff for Vitality if he ends up there.
Okay, so Cadrel went from jungler to caster/content creator to maybe coach. An incredible double pivot in the space of a year. Hats off to you, Cadrel. But this is not official. This is still a consideration, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Who else did he have offers from, if anyone, to be a coach?
Yeah, so he had interest from SK Gaming, from Team BDS, from TSM, from G2 Esports, and from Team Vitality.
Wow. Everybody wants Cadrel's signature. My goodness. Well, I mean, keep us posted on that and whether, Cadrel is going to have a heck of a task ahead of him. Tim, I want to bring it to you, though, real quick. I mean, is there anything, and maybe this is a non sequitur, so please tell me, but have you been able to measure just via numbers or anything the impact of coaching on like League of Legends players? Because coaching is such in League of Legends especially, I feel like before 2015, 16, coach was a throwaway position. Rarely did you have guys that actually knew how to, again, strike the balance between personality management, nurturing young talent, whatever. Have you been able to, whether statistically or not, see an appreciable difference in what coaching can do to young players?
I think there's a lot of difficulty in evaluating the effectiveness of coaches, and it's hard enough to try to measure the effectiveness of players and teams using statistics. Trying to measure a coach, I wouldn't even make an attempt on it. But I mean, it's interesting because there are even a lot of people who, if they're voters in all pro awards and stuff, who would abstain from voting from coaching staffs because they just don't know enough about, and it's too hard to get information about that. But if Cadrel does go that direction, we know how good of a communicator he is from his time on the casting desk and other things. I think he seems, from what I know of him, like he'd be a really natural fit with that.
And so now I want to bring it to kind of the rest of the room here. Cadrel to Vitality. I mean, you want to talk about someone that I think anyway, Ender, the guys would respect, if nothing else, as like you've done it before. Mm-hmm. You're not sitting here as someone who peaked in Diamond and just knows like basic macro, right? No, look, that's higher than I'll ever get in my life. So no throwing shade to peaking in Diamond, but being a coach at the highest level, that's not enough anymore. But having that cloud of, hey, actually I've done it before. Maybe I've never made playoffs. Sorry, Cadrel. But he's been there before, and if he had that many other offers, clearly there's something there.
Look, there is no shot that Cadrell can't take this Vitality roster to playoffs. It is impossible. It is going to happen. It is guaranteed. And look, the fact of the matter is, yeah, former pro player, right, gone caster, still obviously very smart about the game. I know he's been looking at coaching for a long time as well, like even before potentially even joining the LEC. So like this is a no-brainer for me to join that Vitality roster. Like it's an absolutely insane roster that's been rumored to be put together right there. So I'd be very confident that this is likely. I'd be very confident this is the way this is the place that he does go to. I would also say that as a former caster, it would be great to get a coaching offer. Like it's gonna be raining days for Cadrell.
I mean, I hope that. Yeah, I mean, that feels like maybe that final capstone. And you know, Tim, you're talking about it that it is so tough to evaluate the effectiveness of coaching, and we also don't get a ton of access behind the scenes into what goes on as far as what impacts a coach actually does have, and any behind the scenes content we do have is often very curated. I feel like that Fnatic video that we got was maybe the most raw I've seen as far as a behind the scenes look, except for maybe CLG, but not intentional there maybe, but we'll get to that maybe a little later. Kari, to you, what are your thoughts on the Cadrell hire? And I think, you know, coaching and him as a coach in general, like we said, obviously a smart guy, communicator, Ender guaranteed on the show that Vitality are going to playoffs.
Yeah.
What say you?
I think that Vitality, if they've extended an offer to Cadrell and he's seriously considering it, that he should hire Ender as his muscle. Because as much as like Cadrell is the person that I would like to be, you know? Like far enough in my career, I would like to be as intelligent and as poised as Cadrell. But I also think that somebody is going to need to, you know, maybe pick up Perks and shake him a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's probably, you know, Cadrell's right, and I think that's probably going to have to be Ender's job. But jokes aside, genuinely, I cannot think of a more exciting offer to go out, and I'm buying Ender's hopium. I'm going to buy it until the very last drop. I want that to happen so bad. There's so much opportunity here. It's historic. I think that League of Legends is we always talk about how other sports are 150 years old, so we don't have these stat lines yet, you know, all of that good stuff about the efficacy of coaching. But I really think that this is the first wave of, like, people talk about, is Faker the Michael Jordan of esports? No, because we're still so young, but I think this is the first wave of historic pro players before they likely retire. I think this is going to be the super team. This is the Toto Africa, sorry, I'm old, of teams. It's a super team, and how could you not get hype about it? How can you not? There's no way to not get hype about this. I will say,
Alfari just can't get away from these casters and coaches.
Poor Alfari.
No, he cannot. Tim, I want to go. I want to go to you. Different players have different identities, strengths, weaknesses, etc. We've been talking a little bit as much as we could, but as we get interrupted by, you know, bloop scoops, wolf bombs, etc. From what you know and having observed Alfari closely in the LCS and seeing even by contrast what he does and doesn't offer when a guy like Jenkins came up for the time that he did. Alfari known as a very strong laner, Perks inconsistent, but my goodness does he get it done when the going gets tough. He has that clutch gene, you know, 1 and 2 power spike Perks and all that. This team is a big question of, does the talent on paper match the talent on, or match the production on the Rift? Do you have any concerns about this? Because I think I'm in here after G2 burned me like they did. It's not as simple as plug and play, is it?
No. Yeah, I think we have to see exactly how this roster, you know, seeing them in the early going and seeing exactly what the names are fully confirmed would be good to know for sure. You know, we've got strong reports of it, but you know, I think Alfari and Perks as a duo can work pretty well together, but it's going to come down a lot to a combination of the jungler and the coaching, and what are they going to be able to do there, right? How well are they going to understand how to navigate between the lanes, how to give each other help, how to synchronize their wave states, and all these kinds of things that are just the subtleties of it, right? So it's, you know, I do see some ways that it could fail to work out, But I think just on raw skill alone, you have to say they're going to be, a top 4 or 5 contender at the very minimum, even if everything went wrong. And if everything clicks really well, obviously they're that number 1 spot. It's pretty easy to kind of slot them in there.
I have one more for you, Tim. You mentioned ways that it could work. Self-Made felt to me, I mean, in 2019 and in 2020, had that incredible run with those very good Fnatic teams. The carry jungler meta was kind of where he thrived, and I think maybe I'm a victim of this, and maybe this is what I'm doing right now. So this is why we have you on to tell me that I'm wrong. But do you think that if the meta swings the wrong way, a guy like you said, it comes down to the jungle and the coaching. Those are 2 just extremely influential places there. But Self-Made feels like a very specific brand of jungler. Do you view him that way? What do the numbers tell us about Self-Made's adaptability? And is he as meta dependent as maybe I or the community might think?
Yeah, I mean, I think Self-Made can play. Obviously, he can do really well in carry junglers that get a lot of resources in terms of farm and draft resources or things like that. I think there are other ways to take a player like Self-Made and use him for things like just heavy gank aggression type active playmaking, and that can, is somebody who's going to go for champions. They're going to go for level 2, 3 ganks and drop farm to do it. I think he could play that kind of thing as well, and that might work out better with Alphari rather than the kind of jungler that wants to power farm and needs his laners to support him in that. But yeah, I think I can see ways that if Alphari is not comfortable, or if Perkz is not comfortable with enabling Self-Made to be the heavy farm and the meta goes that way, maybe that's where it could fall apart a little bit. I think there are multiple ways they can make it work, and there should be enough options that in different metas they can work something out, but that's where the coaching comes in and has to be able to get them to prepare patch to patch. What's our preferred way of making all of this work? And
discovering that identity, right? You said, what's our preferred way to make it work? Ender, I know you made quite the guarantee, but what do you think for you, if it goes wrong for Vitality, why does it go wrong?
Oh gosh, that's a tough question, because I'm in the camp where I don't think this will go wrong. Like, this is at the very least a top 3 team in the LEC. I think the one thing, and I'm going to sort of counter myself as I say this, because I do think Self-Made has proven that he is a much more versatile player, especially this last year with Vitality. I think on Fnatic, some of the criticism that he was like very resource dependent was definitely warranted, and like the transition from a Fnatic with Broxah to a Fnatic with Self-Made could not have been 2 more different jungle styles, so there was definitely some growing pains there. I would say that the one glaring like contradiction in playstyles between Perkz and Self-Made is that Perkz is absolutely a min-maxer, both when he was a bot lane player and a mid lane player. Like, the guy farms jungle camps all the time, so they're going to have to address that.
It's all about resource management at the end of the day. Pablo is going to tell us where another organization has thrown some of their resources here in about 2 seconds. Pablo, what do you have for us?
Hello again, guys. So as first reported by LEC Wooloo, Fnatic just finished an agreement for the upcoming 3 seasons with Spanish jungler Razork that was previously playing on Misfits Gaming.
All right, and that was a move that, Fnatic, they've got a couple of spots to fill. This had been in the rumblings for a while. Why, from what you know, did Fnatic decide that Razork was the guy for them?
So as soon as Whipple was out of the team, I feel like Fnatic identified that Razork was the best free agent available, ending a contract this November. So I feel like it's a pretty easy move for them. Makes sense.
All right. If it's simple, it's simple. Bloop, thank you. We'll be hearing from you soon. So speaking of high-powered junglers, you see it up there. Razork, he maybe, actually, I don't think that's right. I think he did get his plaudits on Misfits, and I think the perception was that as Razork went, so did Misfits. And when he found his footing later on, a little more recently, I guess, that team really felt like it hit its high highs. Heck, they were the best regular season team in the LEC for quite a good chunk of that season. Now Razork bringing his talents over to Fnatic, and we've got a mid and a support still to fill, technically. Again, Hylissang may be expected to re-sign. We'll see what happens in the mid lane. Will probably be humanoid if that roster shakes out how it does. Tim, I actually want to throw it over to you because I think this is as good a transition as any. you gave us a segment on Humanoid just a couple minutes ago here, and what do you think? I mean, Humanoid, the knock on him, I think, had been consistency, and you want to talk about stats without, their proper context, actually had the worst KDA in terms of LEC mid laners. What additional piece of context do we as viewers need to connect that to, oh yeah, this dude is absolutely worth the money, and at his best, he is a god tier mid laner?
Yeah, I think depending on the position, the player position you're talking about, and of course having watched them, you can talk about different stats and how they fit in and which ones tell the story the best. KDA can tell certain stories. Laning stats can tell other stories. Damage can tell other stories. We see with Razork, he's got really high damage and stuff, like a really high crit participation, but again, another player whose KDA is not that great. And you can often look at these KDAs, for example, and say they might tell you something about the team's results overall and not necessarily about the player's individual contributions, because obviously players that lose a lot, if their teams lose a lot, their KDAs are going to be lower. But also about their playstyles. There are a lot of players in the mid lane. There are certain players who I just ignore their KDA entirely because they have a lot of deaths, but they're generating value from those deaths. And I think Humanoid is one of those players you can look at and say, hey, look, he's willing to put himself out there. He's not going to play safe. He's not going to play for cleanup. He's going to put himself out there, make plays, and he might die in order to set up a one-team team, and that's actually going to look worse on his KDA overall. But I'll leave it there.
All right, well, fantastic, Tim. You know what's up. You're a trained professional at this second year on the free agency show. Another Wolf bomb set to, has just been broken. Jacob, hit us with it. What do you got?
So FlyQuest is making two moves right now, which is going to be Takui to the former Game Ward mid laner is going to be a 3-year contract coming across the pond, really young, successful mid laner. The other is Aphromoo. Aphromoo making the switch. We heard that he would be moving away from Dignitas. He's going to FlyQuest, and he's signing a 2-year deal. Both of those are going to be done tonight.
Okay, tell us a little bit more about Takui, because to me it feels like Aphromoo kind of in a similar spot. Another rookie-heavy roster. He's bringing experience. We know what he does. Tell us a little bit more about Takui and why FlyQuest decided to go that direction with it.
He's one of those people, there are always these players in the ERLs that everybody thinks would be very successful, primarily in the LEC, but some of those we see risk taken on them in either NA Academy or in the LCS. That's the case here. This is one of those players that I've heard a lot about the past couple of years. The more and more he's played, and the more he's competed. And I think he's somebody that, unsurprisingly, the rumor out there was that he was going to be picked up. But yeah, that's him. He's one of those players that everybody talks about in the RLs, and now he's coming to NA and playing for FlyQuest.
One more for you, Jacob. Aphromoo, going to FlyQuest. Again, we kind of know maybe what he's, what the intention behind bringing someone like Aphromoo is. The guy is a floor raiser. The guy is someone who brings a wealth of experience to a FlyQuest roster that has had some volatility, but has a lot of raw talent that is just lacking that experience. From what you can tell, is that kind of what FlyQuest was buying when they picked up Aphromoo?
They're also buying a reuniting of the bot lane. He's reuniting with Johnson before Johnson left. They played together a season on Dignitas. They're now back together on FlyQuest as well. I think that, to your point, this is someone veteran. He's one of the longest standing players in the LCS. If you were to do the numbers of people who have played the longest, he is certainly up there. And I think that reuniting the bot lane, I think those two got along when they were on Dig, and now they're going to get the opportunity to play together, and they're going to get to play on this new team. New style, new management, the whole thing.
Great. Well, thank you, Jacob. Gave us a double feature there as you broke, Takui and then Aphromoo. Much love to you. I'll be talking to you again soon, no doubt. Takui, what Game Word coming from the ERLs there? I'll be honest, this is someone who I was not expecting. I sometimes say, you'll hear me say this over the course of the night, wow, I was not expecting this. There are varying degrees of truth in that when I say that. This, I did not expect at all. Who wants to go on Takui?
I mean, I can jump in here because, again, this is a player that I'm not super, I don't know the nitty-gritty about this guy. He has been around for a long time because this is a guy that I don't believe has actually played a ton at, the EU Master stage. So he's been in the ERLs, but not on a lot of teams. I think Gamers Origin is a team that he made it there, and I remember casting him, I want to say, last year, doing that in the spring season, if I got that correct. So this is a guy a lot of people have been talking about, but to me, it seems like maybe there wasn't as much interest in EU for Takui, because for me, I would imagine a player like that coming out of the ERLs would love to play in EU first as opposed to going over to NA, because for new players like that, that's where you're probably not seeing a huge difference in terms of overall salaries between EU and NA. That's when you get more towards the top end.
And so then, Kari, for FlyQuest, this is not really an identity shift. This is, again, giving players a chance in an environment that, if it's half as wholesome as their social media branding, there is no better place to learn and grow as a player. This makes sense. This makes sense, and bringing Aframu along as well. I'm glad to see that they are keeping Jose Deodo as well. That guy, I mean, what a story from him. If FlyQuest can roll with some stability this time around, my hope is really, really high for them, that they can capture the hearts of LCS fans, not only on social media, but with results on the Rift. Absolutely.
Aframu is already a social media star. He's the support that I always watched on Twitch. And I think that, you know, he has been singularly credited as making support, you know, a viable, popular role. He's kind of like an innovator in that regard. He's played basically every role, but settled in support. And I think that you're right. FlyQuest subbed in their entire academy team for the month of July this year. So, I mean, if ever there was a team that truly money where their mouth is in LCS playoffs, they sub in their entire academy team for what, like 3-4 games? I think that this is the place that you would want to land out of a ERL. You said he's not really in the Masters level so far, and so, you know, like, I guess LCS is now turning into EU Masters V2.
To be fair, that's also like an overall team thing.
I'm just kidding. I'm absolutely kidding. I love NA more than I can possibly bear. But that being said, I think Aframu is a great person to be that teacher. I mean, he's very jovial, he's very approachable, doesn't seem to have any sort of like aggression issues or anything like that, you know? And I think that this is, you're right, it sticks with FlyQuest's branding. They are lovable. This team, Jose Deodo has the most wholesome fan base I've ever seen in my entire life. The fact that, I mean, I worked for the LCS audio broadcast, sorry for touching my microphone for those listening at home. The LCS audio broadcast, FlyQuest also does a Spanish audio broadcast, and they do a Spanish broadcast as well. So I'm really glad to see a team that really is community oriented and continues to be just as wholesome as ever. Can't think of anybody more wholesome than this.
No, it is definitely tough too. Yeah, Aframu you see up here, I mean, he put together very good numbers on, you know, teams that often weren't really achieving the results that they wanted. But one more here before we kind of go to a break, and Tim, I'll loop you in here one last time. Aframu, first of all, the number 12, I guess, not obviously 12 teams in the LCS. I trust that's a number of games played sort of threshold there.
Yeah, so that's just based on those stats are from the entire year regular season. Of course, there are roster changes over time, and as long as a player played at least 10 games as a cutoff, we use those in there. So, but that stat is interesting, and does highlight I think a bit of a playstyle comment that is going to be worth making here, which is Aframu has always been a support who spends a lot of time out on the map, not as much time resetting and coming back out and refreshing his ward. So his ward numbers have always been on the lower side, but what he gets is, and especially when you look at the champions that he plays a lot of engagers, a lot of playmaking. He wants to be there for the team fights. This is how Dignitas found the success when they had it in this past year, was team fighting well, being organized well. And Aframu is a big part of that. That's how he plays. That's how his teams play. And Tukui coming in, I haven't had a ton of time to scout him out yet, but what I have watched and what I've heard from talking to other people who watched him more, a team fighter. He's a guy who's going to want to come in and help them in those 5v5s, and that's where he it seems like he's going to express himself the most. So maybe there's a good stylistic fit there that's going to work. We'll have to see how overall they're able to make that fit. But, it seems like at least they're moving in a unified direction in their roster build so far. So that's a good sign.
I think the importance of a cohesive identity really can't be overstated. And I wish we had a little more time to talk about that even. But Tim, you'll be back here in just a second. More data diff, more numbers-based analysis coming from you. Kari and Ender will be back as well. We're going to take it to a quick break on the Dot Esports Free Agency show. When we come back, we're going to have more wolf bombs, more bloop scoops, more incredible, more crazy moves, more dream free agency signings. We're going to get some opinions here and some spicy takes from our analysts. The fun is only getting started, so please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, y'all. The Dot Esports 2021 free agency show rolls on. My name is Henrique Demore. That's Ender. That's Space Goats. That's Tim Sevenhusen. And we're going to run through a little bit of a segment here that, again, will no doubt be interrupted, but we're all professionals at this point. We know how it works. The offseason stops for nobody, not even Henrique, Ender, Space Ghost, and Tim, sadly. But we're going to talk dream free agency moves. Now, beforehand, I didn't actually look at these, which the prepper in me said, oh, I should look at these and see, you know, how best to set my analysts up for their dream free agency moves. But then I thought, you know what, surprise is the spice of life. No, that's variety. But either way, we're going to start with Ender, and we're going to go to Space Ghost, and we're going to go to Tim, and then loop it back around. Just one at a time here. Your first dream, you know, if no restrictions, no holds barred. We said get as crazy as possible. Defend your take, but go.
Am I allowed to go in any order? Because I've got a couple of different ones.
Okay, sure.
Okay?
Yeah, do
all
whatever
right.
you want.
So, okay, I'm going to go with my first one here, because my first one already fell through, because I was going to say Niski to Misfits, but obviously like VTO is still going to be with the team. I just really wanted to get like a really strong mid laner next to Razork. Yeah. So I'm going to say, forget that one. Misfits are already locked in, doesn't matter. And my new one is Razork in particular, and I know there's already been rumors, but I desperately want to see Razork go over to Fnatic. I feel like this guy's a no-brainer fit into the jungle position, and if I was really going to dream, I would put Bwipo up in the top lane as well, but don't expect him to stick around with that roster.
Yeah, no, that would be, I mean, a really high power. That top side would be extremely high powered. When we talk about that was the strength of that Misfits roster, was how stable that top side was. But Fnatic not going to get the benefit of that, at least on one half of it, but maybe Razor goes over there. Again, we'll see exactly how that shakes out. Kari, over to you. You are, the smile on your face.
It didn't feel real when our producer asked me to do my fantasy picks, so I just shot them off, and now I have to actually.
And they didn't say no.
Answer. Yeah, he didn't say no. That's true. And now I have to answer for my sins. So, my first fantasy pick. I am so sorry to everybody right now. I picked Reckless to Golden Guardians, and just stick with me here, okay? Oof. I know it's a big oof, but I think it's pretty obvious at this point, relatively invested in the NA talent pipeline. I would hate to invest my career in this particular region and then just see the talent flicker out, especially after a banger year like this. I
sign some EU players.
Yeah, sign some. Well, we're going to take the ones from EU, obviously, but I do think that there's something to be said about like coming out like battered and beaten from this most recent season, and then becoming a teacher, finding your way. And I think that Golden Guardians has done such a good job of producing very strong talent, and I think that they do need somebody at the helm. Stixxay is all well and good. I think he's a great ADC, but I think Reckless is the better ADC, and I think that he's the only one who's open. So I know this sounds absolutely nutty, but I have to answer for my sins. Once again, Golden Guardians has been so close to like touching glory in ways that every single year they outperform. Even this year, they outperformed. Everybody said they were going to be 10th. They still got 8th, 4th the season prior to that. And they also know how to pick them. Nearly every single Golden Guardians player has gone on to be something much greater. And I just personally think that if you give them the opportunity to have a really strong leader who has a lot of opinions, who's very vocal, maybe we'd see something crazy happen. And I kind of am an agent of chaos. That's truly ultimately, like, if you hear any of my picks, if we don't get interrupted, you're gonna see all I care about is just sowing chaos.
But what I appreciate about you is that you unpinned a Reckless-shaped grenade, rolled it into the room.
I did.
And then, but brought it back into a semblance of actual, like cohesive and well thought out takes.
I did throw my body on top of it, but and it's okay. I'm okay to get trolled. Of course, these are dream picks, so it's not a big deal. This is fun to talk about for me. I like it.
It is fun to talk about. Tim, we're gonna go to you. You're gonna go twice, and then we're gonna loop it back around Space Ghost, and then Ender as we go through these. Tim, get unhinged for us, man. What would you sign? Put on your GM hat. You've got unlimited money, no import rules. Forget about all that. What would you do?
I'm in my armchair. I'm armchair GMing. I'm going to have some fun with this. We're going to ramp it up a couple notches, and I'm going to put it all together. And we're going to say, TSM, we're going to take all that sponsorship money that they've got. We're going to bring in Showmaker, and we're going to bring in Canyon, and we're going to roll swap them into the bot lane because they've already showed they can roll swap. And we're going to add Jensen into the mid lane. Okay? Huni, Spica, Jensen, Showmaker, Canyon. They can fight. I mean, they're gonna play melee support or something anyway, so it doesn't really matter who's the bot lane or who's the support. This is my dream scenario. TSM have the money to make it happen, and we'll just leave it with that.
And it's funny that you throw out that role swap thing, which if it wasn't for that 2-week stretch in the LCK and with Damwon specifically, that it felt like a fever dream. Like I think back to that, and just given how much of a well-oiled machine Damwon looked like in the World Championship, I go like, was it really that bad that we thought like, oh, we should just give everyone some play time in another role? I mean that would be absolutely unbelievable. Now you gave us 3 moves here. Was that did that count as 1 for you, or was that 3, or do you have more in the pipeline?
That's up to you how you want to count it, but I just want to add a comment, and I don't have another scenario after this, but I just want to add a comment that I think Showmaker swapping to the bot lane for TSM would not be the most surprising role swap we could possibly see this offseason, to me personally, or the most problematic.
I want to unpack that so badly. Gosh, and when I come back to you, I really hope we do, but we're going to swing it back around to Kari here, who... for a second move, unleash more chaos.
Welcome to my dumpster fire. It's us, the fire, and Jensen to EG just to hurt Tim's feelings. That's literally it. That's the only reason that I picked that. I knew he was going to be on. I knew that this was going to happen. He would be here to hear me say the dream of Jojo Pyun is dead, at least in my dreams. I'm just kidding. I think Jojo Pyun's incredible, and I love that. I love the idea of him rising to the challenge in EG, but I do think that if EG wants to rise to the top, you're going to see very regularly with my opinions, I want to pluck the bottom teams back to the top, and you'll see that with my next pick if we don't get interrupted. So
very egalitarian of you. I will say, if they do, if EG decide to bring someone in and say, oh no, we don't, Jojo Pyun's not going to get a spot here, I bet there are LCS teams knocking on Peter Dunn's door saying, hey, how much do you want for the Wunderkind? Right?
Yeah,
how much do you want for young Jojo Pyun? So not quite a...
I'll throw in an addition here, if I may.
Okay.
And that is that while we've been talking here, Evil Geniuses have tweeted that Jojo Pyun will be their starter in the LCS. They tweeted it. That's their intention.
Breaking
and also,
news.
You can't hurt me with these things because because I always knew it wasn't true.
Ultimately, Tim, the side of statistics and logic and reason wins, and chaos loses again. But it doesn't hurt me because it's the chaos that I like, not necessarily winning.
Okay, well okay, we Jojo Pyun, hello. It's funny, I got to talk to Peter Dunn a while ago one time, and he said, because he had experience, developing talent. That's his whole shtick, and he said, like, look, there's a guy, you're going to see him in a couple years. This dude has the potential to take over the LCS. This dude, I mean, he's got unbelievable expectations. And from what, Tim, you seem like a very level-headed individual. So when you buy into a player like this, when someone like you buys into a player like this and is a Jojo Pyun truther waving that banner around, it's not for no reason. What makes this kid so special?
Yeah, I mean, where it all starts is just his raw mechanics, his hands, what he comes in with. So, I've described him before as like an uncut diamond. He's coming in and what's underneath all of the kind of lack of experience and polish is just such a great mechanical set of tools that he can bring out to play with his laning, to play with his team fighting. He's got such an aggressive mindset that you can't really coach in as well. So he's got all of the core pieces that you need to convert into a star. And then what needs to happen on top of that is the experience of, the coaches helping him to learn a little bit more clarity on his decision making, when to use that aggression and when to pull back, a little bit more kind of the macro and those things that just come with having been there before and done that. But he hasn't even been playing League competitively for that long. He was a pro Fortnite player, and then switched into League. So he has a lot of just raw tools, and just needs time to put it all together. But obviously EG wouldn't be putting him in if they didn't believe that the however many months until summer playoffs was enough that he would be better than the other options they had. And I believe the same as them.
And you think, I mean, this is a guy they've invested a lot into. This is not going to, if Jojo Pyun does go out there and faces down Bjergsen and just gets the moves put on him, they're not going to bail on him. This is a long-term investment, I would imagine, from EG.
Yeah, at the very least, they're going to give him a full split, right? Like, that's the philosophy that they've always put out there. They give a player a full split, unless there's something, like, really, really, really dramatic going on. They're going to give the player the full split at least and move on from that. There is a possibility here, like with any rookie player, that you go a full split to say, this just isn't working. We're going to put you back in the academy, have some more time. You assume that they're going to have a backup option. If they're wise, they're going to have a backup option with some experience in academy that they can, do that or make a mid-season move and a 100 Thieves Abadaga kind of style move. But I think that they definitely know what they're in for when they promote this player. They know what the upside and the downside both look like, and they're going to have a plan in place for that.
Upside seems to be really, really high. And like you said, those raw mechanics and Uncut Diamond, I think that's the vibe I've been getting from him, admittedly, a lot through your content, not going to lie. But from what I've seen in following North American Amateur, which I have some skin in that game. But Kari, you want to talk about jumping on Grenade? You have fully jumped on the NA Academy and Development System Grenade. You are very, very close to that system. What have you seen from Jojo Pyun being much more intimately close to his games?
Yeah, Tim is 100% right, which is why I really wanted to mess with him in this situation, because Jojo Pyun it's not only the hands. There was something that Kelsey Moser and Peter Dunn were talking about. It's like the it that you need to have. It separates the wheat from the chaff. It separates, just regular players from the godlike players that we see. It is team fight instincts. It's those team fight instincts where you know where your enemy is going to be and what they're going to do. And Jojo Pyun, not only does he have the team fight instincts, but from the very beginning at the draft, his adaptability to the meta as it changes from patch to patch is invaluable. He is absolutely one of the most flexible in his champion pool. And I think more than anything, the team fight instincts and the flexibility are the things when we talk about the kids who are playing Fortnite right now that are like 7 years old and are going to take everybody's job. Jojo Pyun is the beginning of that. So word of warning to everybody who's trying to get into pro right now. Jojo Pyun is the blueprint for the younger generation that is going to come in and take all of our jobs. So,
and you said something that I think those are the questions: team fighting and flexibility in draft. You want to talk about things that coaches are there to bring in? It's that, right? Because so often with these mechanical gods, these solo queue kings or whatever, you can make your living on one or two champs. You can make your living on one champ.
Absolutely.
Through Challenger, right? I mean, in theory. And
sure.
Jojo Pyun, if you're talking about if his mechanics are as good as we think, there's no reason he can't do that. But he has those other tools, and we've seen guys succeed with a lot less. Ender, from what you have seen, and given that, if he has these tools already, I mean, it feels like, if you're an Uncut Diamond, you're not hacking pieces off this. You are taking a diamond dust coated thing of sandpaper and just roughing out some edges if he's got those tools.
Look, I'll be honest, I have not watched a lot of gameplay from him, but I have a lot of friends that are like casters in the NA amateur scene, right? Yeah. And I have been hearing about this guy for like the last 3 or 4 months. Like, they will not shut up about him.
Won't.
So my eyes, I can't tell you anything, but my ears have been bombarded by praise for him and his individual.
And we won't stop, will we, Tim? We absolutely will not be stopping.
No. I mean, and Tim, just for the good folks at home, how old is Jojo Pyun?
He just turned 17 within the last 2 months.
He's coming for our jobs.
Oh, that's wow. I mean, this could be such an unbelievable rookie class. I mean, you want to talk about Kenvi, Tenacity, Jojo Pyun, and so many other guys waiting in the wings. I think of a guy like Will. from Dignitas as well. We're going to get into a little bit, we'll talk rookies a little bit more down the line, because I know that, I mean, you got a lot of people on this desk virtually or in real life that are very invested in this North American Academy scene and the talent that we do have brimming at the top. Let's take some time right now to just reset here before we move on with our segments here and see what the heck we have seen. Now, as far as recent moves, Tukui to FlyQuest, that one kind of out of left field. Aframu to FlyQuest as well. Razork to Fnatic, looking like that one is going to be it. And there it is. Tenacity still on 100 Thieves. Be interested to see that that 100 Thieves roster is something I want to get into. But Jojo Pyun, a 17-year-old phenom, coming in from Evil Genius Academy up to Evil Geniuses. Other moves that have gone in. Reeker and Unforgiven coming into Mad Lions. Fnatic don't have their roster completely filled out yet. The G2 all-rookie bottom lane. The Astralis super team is all but said and done. Again, to just pull the room here. Maybe don't go into it like too much, but what has been the standout move for you so far? What gets you pogged, as they say?
I mean, the one that gets me pogged is Kadril to Vitality. That's the good one. The rumor on that. I mean, honestly, the biggest L of this offseason, the LEC casting team. Like, what is going on there? We got Vedius. He's like at this time last year, we had me, Frosk, Vedius, and like Kadril was like coming in, right? He cast Worlds, and now it's just Vedius. He's the last one left. I hope he can get a friend soon, because we're waiting. We're waiting for full-timers to get locked in.
Yeah, hopefully Medivedi still alive and well. You've got a homie there. But Kari, what stood out to you?
So far for all the moves?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, I do want to talk about Tenacity a little bit. That's not the most standout, but Gihoto to Liquid I'm just so excited about it. Once again, what we saw from him this season was so incredible, and so I'm really excited about that for the Immortals to TL move. But as far as Tenacity goes, this is one of Tim's precious Canadian boys, so definitely ask him about this. But he was one of the first in the Academy talents to confidently use Gwen, and I think that it seems a little bit small, but the reality is again, the adaptability, the meta changes very extremely every year with each patch that comes out. Well, not always extremely, but for the most part, it does kind of get flipped around. And the fact that Tenacity was brave enough, instead of wanting to just pick his best champ and go into these Academy games, decided that he wanted to go on Gwen. And this was before even before like other folks had picked it up in professional play. So I think that that's one thing to keep in mind, that Tenacity does have his namesake. He has a bunch of Tenacity. So I'm really excited about that. But Tim, you have anything to add there?
And you can't say Jojo.
Yeah, no. No, Tenacity is really exciting to talk about in his own right, and the information seems to be that he's going to be splitting time with Someday, and they're going to be playing with a 6-man roster and figuring out, I don't know how they're going to do that week to week, if it's going to be literal week to week changes or game day to day, what that's going to look like. But what I've really appreciated about Tenacity is working his way up from 100 Thieves Next and 100 Thieves Academy last year, and now being part of the LCS 6-man roster, is his willingness to take on different roles and try to flesh himself out. And top lane is a role where you have to be really well-rounded. You need to be able to play tank utility. You need to be able to carry and try to bully your lane. And he came in from the amateur scene as an aggressive, hard carry, high resource player. He spent a lot of time in the academy year playing stuff like Volibear, playing tanks, bringing out the Mundo, trying to add another gear to his play, trying to add kind of the boring parts of top lane play, and being willing to do that and picking that up over time. I think it helped. It's really valuable for him as a player, but it probably made him look not quite as impressive as if he had played the carry champions all the time. And I'm sure that the team could have just said, hey, we're going to let you carry. We've got players in the other roles who are really experienced, who are going to be able to set you up for success. He's going to look great, but it wouldn't make him as well-rounded as a player. And him having the willingness and the ability to work with the coaching staff to flesh himself out is really impressive. And now we have to find out whether he can carry that onto the LCS stage and play all of those different styles against that next level of opposition.
And I think there's absolutely a lot to be said, especially as a young up-and-coming player, that possesses that emotional maturity to say, okay, I'm going to take, a back seat, or I'm going to learn how to play all these different champions, whether it's, your teammates change, the meta changes, and all this stuff. The one nerf to Conqueror, and whoop, you've got to change your playstyle completely. Not speaking of Conqueror, but speaking of Aftershock.
Speaking of Ornn.
Another, exactly, speaking of top lane. There we go. The Ornn horn has sounded twice yet again. I feel like it's been 3 years since we've heard from you. Pablo, what do you got for us?
Hello again. So just wanted to update on something I know people are expecting tonight, which is of course the new CLG roster. No, I'm just kidding. Just wanted to update on the Fnatic top lane situation, as we don't expect to hear the new top laner tonight after Kawachar decided to go with K-Corp again rather than going to Fnatic for the LEC 2022. But what we know is that Adam is going to BDS for sure. It's a done deal.
Okay, so Adam going to BDS. So that Fnatic top lane spot still remaining open for now. We don't know who's filling those shoes yet.
Yeah, we still don't know. I guess it's coming in the couple of days probably.
Okay, couple of days, but for now, this BDS roster getting built up. They decided to go to Adam. I mean, Fnatic took a swing on Adam, and they really believed in him, and it was a gamble that really did pay off. Why move on now after you've shown it, especially with Bwipo, gone? You say, okay, Bwipo returns to the top lane, but he goes across the pond to do that. That top lane spot is his on a very high level, high pedigree team like Fnatic. Why go to BDS?
I mean, I feel like it was just mandatory for both parties. As I mentioned in the pre-show, they don't have like the best relationship right now, so it wasn't really sustainable for next year. So going to BDS with former K-Corp colleagues like Thinker or Xmari, I think it's something that really fits to him.
All right. Well, we'll be back with you to see if this rest of this Fnatic roster gets filled out or whatever else you have for us. Pablo, thank you so much again. So now, BDS slowly filling out here. We've got the reuniting of a couple of former K-Corp standouts. Adam taking up the reins in the top lane at BDS. It's weird because we talk about, again, a veteran presence in the top lane. Adam's not a veteran, but he feels like the veteran on this team.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I feel like the BDS project, kind of how you were talking about early on the pre-show, is like it's more about getting younger players and sort of building up, going for the long term. And I think Adam is the guy to play for in the long term as well. Like, obviously he had a ton of hype around him when he joined that Fnatic team, and people were sort of waiting for that hype to be fulfilled, and I think that it did. Like, Adam was a strong top laner for Fnatic, and even was able to pull out some of his signature picks like the Darius and the Olaf later on. But now I think it's a very different situation going to BDS, where you don't have the stars on the roster behind you. He was such a selfless player on Fnatic that he was able to just roam to mid lane in so many games and find a lot of value there, and it was hard to judge him, even like on the international stage, how he stacked up individually, because he was just piecing out of his lane all the time. Now he's going on to BDS. I want to see if that play style maintains and whether or not that hype bubble is going to pop or stick around.
Yeah, I think he's going to get, because like you said, as much hype as Adam did get. I think, to me anyway, it felt like a lot of that hype, if he had just been another player, he kind of gets drowned out by the rest of the talent on that Fnatic roster. Yeah. But now, he could be that dude. Like you said, that is a valid long-term play, because he is a bit of a proven commodity as well. He has gone to Worlds. He has had unbelievable performance. I remember there was a call that Medic had that made me physically remove myself from my seat and take a lap. He said, if Adam can get his guillotine stacks up on Darius, there's going to be a French Revolution in the top lane. He said that on the internet.
Oh my God.
Employed by Rye for that one. I didn't know you could do that. You can say those words in that order. You don't just like explode. That was why. But like you said, he's got the talent, but he's got a bit of a unique playstyle. And like you said, he does not hang out in the top lane. And Jacob Wolf does not hang out anywhere other than in team owner and team GM's DMs. Say that 5 times fast. Jacob, cut me off, please. What do you have for us?
So, finalizing here right now is there is a deal in place now that is signed on both ends for contracts to move from Evil Geniuses to CLG as their new jungler. That's your real CLG update. No Pablo trolling you as he just did a moment ago. Contracts will be the new jungler of CLG.
Contract's been in and out of the LCS. He was splitting time with Svenskeren down the line there for EG. You know, EG likely going to have, you know, Inspired coming in there. That's not pen to paper, but that is heavily has been reported on. CLG, this is the first big move we've heard from them. All memes aside, this is the beginning of a new era for CLG, and similar to sort of, I feel like similar to sort of Adam, where he's a young player, but he's a bit of a proven commodity as well. And having someone like that in the jungle, not a bad place to start, no?
You asking me or are you asking them? I think that I think that it is a good place to start. I think that CLG, you know, something we talked about in the pre-show, that CLG is looking to kind of build something new, right? They have new management, both at the highest level in someone like Greg Kim, but also in sort of the general manager level as well as John McDaniel. So to me, like I think that this is a pretty good move for them. It makes a lot of sense, especially with Inspired on the way in. To Evil Geniuses, as you just mentioned. So yeah, this is the beginning of what I expect your roster to be done. Hopefully this evening, but we'll see. But that's the first one of the bunch that seems to be done.
Yeah, we got quite a few other spots to fill in on that CLG roster. Jacob, thank you. And yeah, we will be having a little bit of a teaser. Greg Kim on the show later to discuss CLG. I mean, what a name, what a brand that has had a fall from grace and kind of has nowhere to go but up from here. But Contracts, what a steady piece in the jungle. Kari, you, like you said, you were a part of the League Day broadcast. You have broadcasted the LCS at the highest level. Contracts, he's a guy that, again, was splitting time with Svenskeren. What do you think he brings to CLG?
So one thing that I really loved about this season was when Contracts was subbed in for Svenskeren, he just blew it out of the water, just exceeded all expectations. And this is something that, it's funny, but I think Contracts kind of does this. Like he gets his sort of like chip on his shoulder. He's in academy, he hates it there. He needs another chance to come up and shine. And then he just, again, blows it out of the water. But does he have the endurance to see it through a season? I would like to see him, rather than giving us everything he's got, during the spring split or whatever format we're going for this year, I would like to see him just be able to be consistent as a player. I think that will be the most important part of his performance. A consistent veteran player to, I don't want to say that CLG is going for young talent, but that is what Jonathan McDaniel told us. So I'm assuming that Contracts is going to be the teacher of this team. If not one, then two. If I see more than two veteran players on this, then I'm calling bullshit. So I would like to see Contracts take on that lower key teacher role and put less into showing, because he's proved himself. I think that Contracts has far in a way proved himself over the years, and now it is time to just take a back seat, help develop some talent, and go for it from there.
And Sam, I want to ask you, Contracts, I think Kari's point about endurance is spot on, because he's had his shot in the LCS before. He's been here before, and he put on, again, a heck of a performance down the stretch and into the playoffs. He brought something different to the table than Svenskeren did. What to you do you see as, okay, Contracts needs to take care of XYZ for him to establish himself in the LCS under this fresh start with CLG?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything specific that Contracts needs to do. I think all along this up and down journey of the past several years, when he's been up in the LCS, back down in Academy, kind of losing his spot, gaining a spot back, going to a new org, I think he's deserved to be in the LCS the entire time. He's got that quality. He's not like a top 3 jungler in the league, but he's definitely kind of middle of the pack jungler who deserves to be there, deserves the spot. And he's had some kind of unfortunate circumstances, some off seasons that didn't go his way. And him getting what will hopefully be a locked-in starter spot that is his to lose should hopefully be good for his confidence, if nothing else. And then we'll see what the players are around him once all of that gets finalized. But I think he doesn't need. This isn't like a player who needs to come back and reprove himself to me. I think he's always been there and had that amount of quality. And I think that he would have been good enough to stay on Evil Geniuses, depending on what other moves they had, and I think they had opportunities to go another direction with it. I think he's a good pickup for CLG. He's they need to pick up some players who aren't just pure development, but also have the chance to help them win now, and he's definitely a quality enough player for that.
No, I think he has proven himself. I'm curious to see who else he gets paired with. Yeah, because I do agree you can't just go straight development. You need a couple of guys who have been there and done that before in contracts. Again, in probably a shot calling role in the jungle. Those are going to be responsibilities that he has, if not formally, then informally. We're going to go into, Kara, you did a wonderful job of previewing it for us, unintentionally there. A segment that we're excited about, that if you watched this show last year, you're going to remember this one. This is the bullshit meter. Free agency, half the fun of it is sifting through the BS, whether it's on Twitter, on Reddit, whoever. We are going to go down the line, and Ender, I will start with you again. So how this is going to work is we're going to take anything that you saw on Twitter, anywhere in the deep dark corner of the internet, and say any take that you saw, any rumor that you thought, okay, this is just a steaming crock of BS, and we're going to have our producers rate it in real time on a scale from 1 to 5, or I guess 1 to 50 in five tiers. Ender, what have you seen over the past couple of weeks that made the hair stand up on the back of your neck and made you want to hit something?
Well, there seems to be this rumor that floats around every single offseason, and it's the same rumor. Faker to TSM. And you know, it's one of those where, what are we doing, guys? Like, yes, TSM made of money, but no, Faker's never going to. Faker would rather work at a McDonald's than go to TSM. Like, he's sticking with T1 for the long haul.
Sorry, I froze myself. Yeah, like you said, I think we gave that one a 3, I think, on the meter, because like you said, if it wasn't Faker and TSM, this deal this isn't an insane deal, right? Like you said, they are swimming in money, especially after that FTX, excuse me. That wasn't intentional. That wasn't a leak. Don't. It maybe could happen, but no, like you said, Faker is sticking with them in the long haul. Wouldn't be surprised if it's funny, we haven't gotten a big Chinese or Korean signing into the LCS in what feels like forever. I mean, I feel like Core JJ was like the last big
Sword Art was
true.
Yeah.
Feels so short-lived.
With the LPL.
Yeah, so I guess some Koreans to the fact that maybe that's not a total steaming pile of BS. That look, if TSM wants to splash the cash, they can. But Faker, yeah, absolutely zero shot. Kara, you think you can top that?
Mine's like more serious, if that is like, I don't know. I know.
Allow it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little more serious. Competitive integrity by blocking a player from moving to any team that they would like to play for is bullshit. And I know that this is a serious take and that it's not funny, haha, Reddit, but I just want to say that I think that what G2 did to Perks was unacceptable in terms of competitive integrity. I have heard multiple takes that like this happens in sports, but I want to see a game where Perks can go wherever he wants. He makes the decision and I get to watch those games as a viewer or as a commentator as well. So it's not a rumor, but it is bullshit. So I'm just going to throw that one out there. Shame on you, Carlos.
It is, yeah.
You don't have to bomb with me here. I will take all of the heat here. No. Okay, G2, just come at me. It's fine. I'll be okay. Maybe, maybe not. I'm old, though, so I can give up my career. It's fine.
Yeah, the Twitter handles are somewhere in the lower thirds, I think, so. Tim, you are a man with your ear to the ground as far as the rumor mill is concerned. I think you've got a couple for us. What have you heard, especially, again, maybe around the talent development pipeline, that got a reaction out of you?
You know, it's tough because I've reacted already to a couple things that were out there that I knew weren't true, and we've discussed already the one that I got a lot of flack for, saying that the idea of Jensen going to EG was BS, which it was. There were other things, and not BS in the sense of like not even that I wouldn't like the move. It was BS like it was never going to happen. What I think I'd throw out here is a little bit more of a meta take, which is I'm going to take a little bit more of Kari's approach here. A lot of rumors get floated out there that aren't necessarily based on what's actually happening, but are based on what people want to happen and that they're trying to manifest. And I think I'll just stick on the Jensen one for that. I think that was one of those to me.
Now, for those that didn't watch that video, what made you pick can you just give us like a maybe 2-minute summary of what brought about those rumors? What about it was just people manifesting? We'll answer that question when we get back. We make a note about that. Gents, there we go. That's on the paper now. I won't forget. Pablo, the Orange Horn has sounded. You have come to us bearing good news, exciting, spicy takes and signings. What do you have for us?
Yep, so going to the LCS, Myth is moving apart from Cloud9 and he's joining current LCS champion 100 Thieves along with Ripper. He will be the assistant coach for the team.
So you said both those, can you run back both of those coaches one more time?
Yeah, so Ripper is staying on 100 Thieves as the head coach and Myth is joining from Cloud9 as assistant coach.
So Reaper's staying, but Mythy moving to 100 Thieves as a head coach. A lot of really interesting coaching changes and pickups here. It speaks to the value of good coaching and it maybe being that last piece. Mythy had, he had a bit of a, whether it's Cloud9 or TL, they both had rocky years as far as their coaches are concerned. But Mythy seemed like maybe he had a good thing going there, but do you think it just ran its course at Cloud9?
Yeah, as far as I know, he was out for some time already, so I feel like he really wanted to try something new. I don't know if he was really comfortable in the position he was in terms of the coaching staff. I know that he was as fanatic as his first experience. It was a bit complicated for him as he doesn't really enjoy a lot the head coach position. It doesn't fit him as far as we know. So on this assistant coach role, I think he'll do great.
Okay, so he's going over. Okay, so just one more time, and I apologize. So Mythy to 100 Thieves as an assistant coach, but Reaper's still the head coach.
Yes, correct.
All right. So Pablo, thank you. Doubling up the star power at 100 Thieves. I mean, that Reaper pickup at the end of the spring split, that was before the Apodaca move, if I remember correctly, what kind of got broken first. That really felt like a move that, man, you could take that over the top, because with 100 Thieves, even though they never hit their ceiling early on, it felt like, man, mid lane controversy or drama, whatever aside, that felt like that next step up. What do you think Mythy might bring to, or just this idea of we're going to reinforce our coaching staff? This isn't just a one-man show up at the top as far as player development.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's impossible to say exactly what he's going to bring, but this is obviously going to be an improvement for the team. Just the wealth of knowledge he's going to bring to the role, and if he wasn't comfortable in the head coach position, as an assistant coach, you don't necessarily have to do the people management side of things. You can be much more focused on the gameplay itself. So I think that's a no-brainer for him. And 100 Thieves, you can sort of see over the last year or so, they started building the foundation, then they started putting together this great building with the team. All the pieces are starting to come together. And now I feel like with your coaching staff being a Mythy and a Reaper at the top there, you're not just a tiny little church, you're a giant cathedral. It's just looking really nice for 100 Thieves, and every single layer they continue to build on is working.
Kari, what do you think? I mean, this is I think that's a very good point, especially as a former player. Yeah. Mythy, to be less focused on the people management, that feels like a place where he can shine a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also think that he was the one who subbed out King at Cloud9, so that strategic decision was his and his alone, as far as I know. Sorry to say that definitively if I don't actually know that. But that being said, he obviously has an eye for talent. He has an eye for development, and he has an eye for how a team composition could possibly be affected by adding, new or old blood. Yes, Golden Guardians built the foundation for this team that 100 Thieves now has, but you're right. They've built a cathedral. The Golden Guardians poured some cement, and then they built something absolutely breathtaking, at least for NA. I mean, I'm sure your standards are a little bit higher, but we were really impressed by 100 Thieves and how meteoric their rise was. And I've had a few conversations with Reaper through, obviously the LCS channels, and he is really actually quite passionate about the talent development aspect, and that surprised me because I personally didn't think that he was that invested. As a winner, 100 Thieves.
That's not where he came from.
Yeah, that's not exactly. But Papa Smithy obviously is very invested in that, and so I think he picked somebody who shares those values. And I think Reaper likes it here, also, by the way. So I think he's here to stay, and I'm excited to see. When he has more room to, because he got halfway through the year, when he has more room to wiggle, I think we're going to see something crazy coming out of 100 Thieves this year.
I mean, it's tough to see just how much higher you can get. I mean, getting to the literally winning the whole tournament in the summer playoffs, that's kind of your ceiling. I mean, I think a unique challenge for me, I think of, if Tenacity does split that time with Someday, that's going to be a very interesting exercise of, and I don't know what the LCS format is going to be, whether it's, still 3 days a week or whatever, and that roster flexibility and just running that 6-man roster, that is a lot easier said than done. You don't just have, you don't just plug and play that. Wolfbomb on the way. Wanted to get you were itching to say something. We'll get back to you. Jacob, what do you have for us?
So a little bit of an update on Dignitas, and this is why I think we here on this show are a little hesitant to put out things before we are sure that they are official. So we've got 3 different verbal agreements here for Dignitas, 2 players, 1 head coach, and a little bit of an update on what's going on with the rest of their team. So they are going to be retaining Fake God and Neo, as we know, the 2 people who have been really successful this past year for them, young players. They are going to pick up River, the jungler from PSG Talon. They are going to pick up Blue, the former mid laner for SK Gaming. And they are bringing on Enatron, once upon a time a very popular LEC coach, is going to be their new head coach. Now, the thing that is likely not going to happen is it's been out there rumored that they were going to have Zazel as their support to go with Neo. I'm actually told right now that's pretty unlikely to happen. That rumor is not going to come true. They are not really clear, I don't think, on who's going to be their support. That may be something we hear not tonight, but tomorrow. That's kind of where they're at.
Wow. Again, this one took me by surprise. Dignitas, they were last split, Jacob. They were the NA darlings. They fielded 5 North American born and bred USA players, and now just wiping away not 1 but 2 of their import slots. River and Blue. Dignitas to me didn't seem like, and I apologize if this comes off any sort of way, they didn't seem like the org that was going to go and splash the cash for the next Taiwanese talent that performed really well at Worlds. How long had this been in the works, to your knowledge?
I think a few days has been sort of the timeline here with both players. I mean, you've heard rumors about it for a couple days now. Seems like it's going to be moving forward pretty shortly. The surprising thing to me is that Zazel is not coming back. The last time we saw him was on the Sola Fide team, which famously kind of got screwed. All those players were not paid the money that they were supposed to for a certain amount of time. Eventually, all got resolved. Riot had to step in. But that was a whole mess. He was on that, if you remember at the beginning of the year, he was on these sort of amateur, we played in a few different tournaments, but amateur team that was like a bunch of ex-LCS players, really talented roster, really just crushed everybody, and they thought he was going to have a resurgence, and again, the rumor was he was going to be coming back to Dig, but I can say with some assurance, I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen now.
Wow, well, we hope that you'll, whenever the Dignitas support does get figured out, whether that's tonight or later, I have no doubt you'll have a little more info on that. Wow, putting the bomb in Wolfbomb, that one. Blue coming to Dignitas. And Ender, we'll go to you. What does he bring to Dignitas?
I mean, he plays a mean Victor. Honestly, like this one is catching me by surprise because I don't feel like these are super exciting signings. If you're a fan of Dignitas, I think like Blue was all right, but he was like middling at best in the LEC, and I can't imagine that's going to like change drastically moving over into the LCS rather. And River as well, even for a guy that's been to Worlds, like when I've done like prep and stuff, getting ready for like Worlds tournaments that he's been at, like he's been solid, but again, this isn't the same kind of like hype jungler that's like coming in to like knock people's socks off. It's not the import slot that's coming in as, the hype of a Sword Art or whatnot, anything like this. So to me, it's kind of lukewarm signings, and I am not really expecting this team to be that exciting come next year.
I completely agree. It feels almost like Dignitas threw a party and nobody wanted to come. Is kind of how it feels, right? It feels like a little bit like they're slim pickings or something like that, because I was very impressed with Acadian this year as their jungler, and I was very impressed with both Yusui and Soligo. I mean, Yusui obviously inherited like a very tumultuous situation to come into, but still stood up to the test of time. So it's pretty lackluster, especially because like I'm not full on America, but they did have that appeal. You're right. There are fans of Acadian, and there are fans of the folks that they had in these positions, and so I don't know. it didn't really make my heart beat a little bit faster. Maybe we'll be proven wrong. That's the best thing I think that you could possibly hope for.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what everybody's hoping for, Dignitas fan or otherwise, because River, I mean, every PSG play, I mean, PSG and the Taiwanese teams, they've always taken our hearts. And I mean, regardless of what happened with Beyond, pretty tragic way to go out at Worlds and all that. But this is a team that they're not playing around. They're signaling their intention that, in theory, look, this could be a kind of high power mid jungle duel, but like you said, it doesn't really inspire that. I mean, what do you see as the ceiling?
Look, I'm again, like, I'm seeing like middle pack for Dignitas. Honestly, we're talking about like players that are on the market. Like, where's Doggo? Like, I want to see him. Like, talk about an exciting signing. Like, the fact that I haven't heard really anything about his offseason, a little bit sussy, because this guy is absolutely insane. Guy's a machine, and any NA team would be lucky to have him.
Yeah, I mean, you look at even the list of players that I've been just scribbling them down on one page that are still teamless. And all no disrespect to River and Blue, they weren't on this list. And if you again, this couldn't have been cheap. I mean, in terms of like just financial resources, but your import slots are resources. And Dignitas decided to light two of them on fire here. And it is a bit of a yeah. I mean, I feel like you want to talk about stories and identities of teams. You talked about Acadian. If Acadian has 1 million fans, I'm absolutely, unironically, one of them. What he did in the back half of that split, coming into not only Yasui coming into a tumultuous spot, but Acadian. You know, look, there was stuff that he couldn't control, but Acadian played one heck of a split down the stretch.
Bringing out Kane is the bravest thing that you could do during the LCL. Like, that was absolutely like. I had the chance to talk to him on Next Level for LCS, and I remember him talking about this newfound ironclad mental, and I believed him because the play that we had seen thus far was and it's kind of rare for somebody who's been in the league for so long to come back feeling like a new player, revitalized. And I think Contracts and Acadian are both players that sort of have displayed that, you know, we may be a little bit older, but there is no ceiling on age in esports. There shouldn't be. I mean, the greatest CS player of all time is 40. Like, it's a matter of finding somebody who still is hungry, and Acadian was still hungry. Seeing Dignitas, put that aside for whatever the circumstances are. Of course, we don't know. It's a bummer, but you're right. Middle of the pack is what we can expect from Dignitas, I think.
Also, CS dead games. So don't know how much we can take.
Yeah,
from that.
Mouse pads. It's fine.
Do you think that Acadian, to me, he feels like the kind of guy that might go like a golden glue route and maybe go into coaching? I mean, you said, there is no age. There is no cap on age in esports, whether you're a player or a coach. And the more legitimized that coaching gets, Acadian feels like the kind of guy that, especially if he has had some sort of revelation about, I figured out how to be untiltable. Obviously, I'm exaggerating, but even if you have a shred of that to pass on to young players, that's something really valuable. I think that would be a fun story. Acadian rears up the next generation of LCS talent.
I love that idea, actually. I think that's a really great way. He's had one of the most tumultuous careers, too. It's up and down, but I think that over the last 2 years, he's been very consistent, has a lot to teach people, not just about, new players, not just about the game itself, but about, we were talking about, I think we were off camera, about how the demands of certain teams, the media demands, the social media aspects, the things that can affect your play and quality of life, those things are also something to consider. The players and the way that they are conducting their lives and the way that they're reacting to these new demands, this new thing, I think Acadian would be excellent at guiding them, not just through the game itself, but also the emotional demands of them. So
he's been through the highs and the lows. He has drank from the chalice that is TSM jungling and lived to tell the tale. Took the spot of another guy who had that as well, in Dardoch. Dardoch went over to coach at Immortals, and by all accounts, that had a positive impact. I mean, he's got experience, if nothing else. But reeling it back a little bit, I mean, I was surprised that, someone like Palafox and Svenskeren, right? I mean, you want to talk about, guys that are proven commodities and have, found homes in the LCS. I imagine Palafox finds a home. He's someone I've been a truther about for a long, long time here. If you, and you said, I think it's kind of the sentiment shared here, if you were to have built a mid-jungle for Dignitas, where do you think you go?
Ooh.
I know I'm throwing you a curveball here.
I can stall if you want.
No, that's all right. I'll figure it out. Because, I mean, the thing is, I feel like as far as, like, market demand, like, I would probably look over towards some, like, EU players. I would have tried to snag Razork is, like, the first one in the jungle position. That's what I would have tried to look for personally. I also know there's a lot of hype around Reeker as a mid laner. And I know a lot of teams were interested in him. So like, if you were trying to dip into the ERL pool, that's another angle I would have looked at if you were looking to import players and not just go to native talent.
Ooh, can I add something really quick here? Listen, I would have picked up Pablo from OS. Absolutely, he went to MSI. I mean, that's PGG did it incredible. And
I'm a fan.
Yeah, I'm a huge we love well, and especially like Ender, the memes coming out of PGG, like top shelf. But and you know, Dignitas does need kind of a PR overhaul. To be completely
I was going to say,
honest.
as far as the branding, that's free.
Oh, you're Bing chilling.
That's absolutely, yeah.
Gigantic
Did you say
chili.
Bing chili?
Yep.
Amazing. Cha-ching. I love it. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that only comes with a PR reset. You come with a bunch of really loud, excited Australians. I would have loved to see that, but you know, who knows where everybody's going.
Yeah, I mean, that is a fan base, like you said. They will follow him. And we talk about Jose Deodo and what he brought, right? The fans that he brought. I mean, there was something on Twitter that was fake. I'm Brazilian, so I follow CB Lowell. And there was like one thread that was like, oh, Pablo, I think maybe you saw something, but like Pablo going to Red Canids. And my heart almost leapt through my throat and out onto my desk, which would have been messy for a number of reasons. But again, from a branding perspective, that's why, yeah, it was completely fake. But people were like,
they are gonna have to rename though to Green Canids to match the whole.
Oh, of course.
I think he dyed his hair pink, I want to say.
Yeah, I actually talked to him about it. They're gonna settle with Rainbow Canids. So
they're gonna settle with Rainbow.
Yeah.
Bit of an oxymoron, but I guess you cover all your bases.
There you go.
From tennis ball to highlighter to I was going to say clown because they have rainbow hair, but I recognize how that might sound. Pablo is not a clown.
No.
He's good at League of Legends.
He's the most lovable clown there is.
Yeah, if he is a clown, then gosh, he's throwing the party.
We're going to take it to a quick break, give us a little bit of a breather, but when we come back, we will have none other than the new head of CLG, Greg Kim, talking about giving us some exclusive insight into his vision for CLG going forward. The rest of the staff he has brought on, we'll get into all that and more. The Bloop Scoops and the Wolf Bombs will keep on rolling, so don't you go anywhere. Myself, Enrique Demore, Tim Sevenhuysen as well, Kari and Ender will be back with you shortly. Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back. Welcome back, y'all. The Dot Esports 2021 free agency show rumbles on. I'm Henrique Demore. Thank you so much for being here. We've got still about an hour and change left to go. We're going to fill the next little chunk of time here with a very special guest, Greg Kim, the new head of CLG. Now, that is not a title that just encompasses League of Legends. You have inherited the whole kit and caboodle, sir. One, props to you. Two, thank you for being here. How are you?
Happy to be here. Good. You know, just trying to get through another free agency season, but so far so good, I think.
So far so good. I mean, we've already gotten one of the signings picking up contracts. So, you know, let's just start there. We'll start zoomed in and then zoomed out. You brought on as well Jonathan McDaniel as the League of Legends GM, coming from Cloud9, then Golden Guardians. He's a guy that not only has experience doing this at the LCS level, he was an assistant GM. Now his first actual, GM job, running the whole operation. He is someone that has experience in talent development as well, and with contracts, he's a guy that, again, the knock wasn't his talent, it was just consistency. So whether it was him or whoever else we're going to find out, when you two were looking, what makes a CLG player in 2022, and why did contracts fit that mold?
Yeah, well, I think a couple of different things. I think, first of all, I had the chance to work with Juan a little bit back when I was at Evil Geniuses. So just knowing some of the leadership he brought to our academy team last year and being able to observe some of that firsthand when I was with a different org was really cool to see. And I think, you know, the rest of our roster has yet to come out. But I think when Jonathan and I were looking at the big picture, we valued a lot of that leadership. And of course, we value a bunch of the talent that Contracts brings to the table. So for us, it was a very clear target for our team for next year.
And Contracts is a guy that has done it before at the highest level, and like you said, possesses leadership qualities. And with the rest of the roster yet to come out, there is an opportunity for CLG here to, I mean, with maybe not a completely fresh slate, because there are still a couple guys under contracts and buyouts that have to take place, yada yada. But I think you're not mentioning leadership skills by accident. That is something that you value, and especially a position like a jungler. And so whether it was you or Jonathan, when you got together this past offseason, how much emphasis was placed on talent development being a part of the CLG brand going forward?
I think a lot was placed on talent development. I think you hear it a bit in some of the stuff that Jonathan said and a little bit of our content, but I think ultimately, like, coming into this offseason, just sort of taking last year into account and where we were as an org into account, we needed a bit of a hard reset with our LCS organization, right? I think we really wanted to take a look at everything from the ground up. We saw that we really needed to build some fundamentals. We wanted to find players that, you know, we feel like fit us and our goals and who we feel like can grow with us as CLG as we kind of soft reset things and build a new foundation and go from there. And you know, I think Contracts is a great person to bring to the equation for that, and the pieces that we're hoping to bring in around him, I think, should also be aligned and oriented around that vision that Jonathan sort of crafted as soon as he stepped into the role. So we're super excited about that.
Now you say soft reset. I mean, last year was not the best year for CLG, and in a sense, there's a school of thought that says, well, there's nowhere to go but up from here. But you said soft reset, and I want to unpack that a little bit. What parts of CLG, in your eyes, whether that's, again, you or Jonathan at the League of Legends level, because obviously CLG, a multi-esports org, and with the backing of MSG and the power of the CLG brand, that still exists. This is a historic org. This is an org whose name still carries a lot of weight, results be damned. What parts, you know, whether it's the brand, whether it's the resource of MSG, what part of it is up for soft reset, and what part of it is, no, actually, we're going to use this to push us into the future?
No, I think it's funny because it's coming at a good time of year, because I think like our League of Legends program is a good microcosm for us as an esports org in general. I think, you know, in the same way you develop a League of Legends team, we need to build our fundamentals. We can't skip steps, and we got to get on the right track and be going in a direction, right? So I think it starts with orienting around a vision and building alignment, and that's, you know, all the way back in New York to MSG, to myself, to the folks on staff here at CLG, and understanding, you know, who we want to be, right? We have a long history in League of Legends. We have a long history as an esports organization. And, you know, I think it's well known that we've had a couple dormant years, but I think as we're, you know, resetting our League of Legends program a bit, and as we're thinking about like our brand and identity, I think it sort of starts with, okay, like let's actually have a core strategy. Let's try to take on an approach where we're staking our claim of who we want to be as an esports org and how we can play to our strengths and kind of go from there and build around that. But, you know, it doesn't happen overnight, the same way that, you know, getting back to championships and worlds doesn't happen overnight, but we're taking all the right steps, I hope, at least.
Yeah, and I appreciate that you take a long-term vision for that. You mentioned the vision and who you want to be, and I know that just like results and championships, that doesn't come overnight. Maybe, and tell me if I'm wrong in saying this, I feel like a brand, you know, especially at this crossroads that you guys are at, developing that vision. You say, you know, who do we want to be? And that's, you said that like 6 or 7 times in your previous answer. Have you figured that out? And how much are you open to changing that depending on, you know, how the chips fall? Do you have at least a baseline of who you want CLG to be?
Yeah, and it's been definitely fun, interesting, and tricky developing that. I stepped into the role probably about 4 months ago or so. So right as summer split was ending. So trying to do that without having like our LCS roster set for the next year, for example, was a little bit of a challenge. But I think for us, like outside of our story and League of Legends that we have to tell for the coming year, like we have a whole CLG reg program with our women's CS:GO and our women's Valorant teams. We have long-standing players in Super Smash Brothers. We've gone pretty developmental with the roster in Apex Legends. And I think the thing that I love about this org since stepping into the role is that our staff's truly endemic, right? We have a lot of folks who are fans of CLG who ended up applying to work here. Like our staff love the esports we're in. They love the games. Like, you know, they're playing after work. I feel like we have a good understanding of the space. So really focusing on how we build a community around that, how we lean into some of the tournaments we run and some of the programs we run, and how we're featuring our players and really telling the story of our players better than we have in the past, I think are some of the core pillars. Obviously, we have a little bit of time before this year ends and before we get into next year, but hopefully by the time 2022 rolls around, like there's some cool stuff on display.
Now, as far as results, obviously you want to shoot as high as you can, but it seems like you're coming into this with a sense of realism as well and a long-term plan, you know, not to throw out cliches, but a 5-year and a 10-year plan for 2022. What needs to happen for you to consider the year of success for CLG on the League of Legends front?
I think for us, it's about forward progress, right? And it's always an interesting time of year, right? Because they're tantalizing names that are out there. It's always attractive to go splash and sign free agents. I take a look at our subreddit every once in a while, and I see a lot of the names that folks are asking for. But it's basically man. To what I said earlier, right? No, I mean, you know, I appreciate having engaged fans, right? More than anything else in the world. It's better than not having anything. But I think for us, it's like what I said earlier, right? We're focused on building fundamentals. We're focused on building like our blocks and, you know, having a staff that we can build around into the future, having a longer term vision we can commit to. So we're not going to bounce around and splash for names as we have historically. It's starting from the ground up.
Greg, you know how the show runs here. The Orn Horn has sound. I don't know how much if you can hear it or not, but whether we get back to you or not, thank you for being here. I think that was kind of the end of our time, but regardless, looking forward to talking to you in the future. Now we go to Pablo. You've got something else for us.
Yes.
What is the latest?
Hello again, guys. So I just wanted to update a bit on the Mickey situation throughout the season. It's one of the names that is missing in the roster, rumored or confirmed. So apparently the main problem was the fact that his buyout was decreased too late in the season from 1.5 million. As we reported earlier this season, but he's close to TSM. It's still a possibility that he ends up in TSM. TSM, as per usual, is taking his time, but nothing locked yet.
Mickey X to TSM. Splashing again, and the machinations of the buyout are the last things that need to happen. How long has this been in the works, to your knowledge, Pablo?
As far as I know, for the last week at least.
So that's like 6 years in esports time.
Yeah, right? Basically like 6 years in normal time.
Now, I mean, do you think that, I mean, it's the buyout that is going to be the last thing here. Clearly, there was no trepidation as far as, I mean, he's not, Mickey X isn't going to command sword art money, but this is going to be a significant financial investment for TSM, and they're not backing down, are they?
Yeah, I mean, if they are going with, if they are not going with Mickey, they are going with another quite strong and ambitious roster. So either ways, they are going to spend a bunch of money, I think.
We wouldn't have it any other way. Consistency is, that counts as consistency still, the ever-blowing winds of change. Pablo, thank you so much. We're going to go to a quick data diff segment. Again, Tim Seven Houston has compiled a bunch of great numbers-based analysis for us. This one going to focus specifically on Perks and Alfari and the ambition taking place over on the other side of the pond. So after that, we'll be back here, continue the free agency show, but numbers-wise, what the heck is going to make Perks and Alfari shine? Why don't we hear Tim's takes?
One of the most prevalent rumors of the 2021 offseason so far claims that LEC export Perks and Alfari are heading back to Europe and assembling a super team around themselves. It's easy to see why LEC fans would get so excited about this possibility. Alfari was statistically dominant in the LCS this year. His laning stats were head and shoulders above most of the other top laners, with an astronomical 667 GXD10. Perks delivered well in the same department. Across the spring and summer regular season, he had the second best laning stats of any LCS mid laner with at least 10 games played, behind Jizuke. Perks and Alfari both stacked up well in accumulating farm and converting it into damage output too. These are two highly skilled players who will be strong draws to attract other quality players to play with them. Super teams have often struggled to find the level of success you'd expect based on their name power, but on paper, this partnership has the potential to dramatically shift the balance of power in the LEC.
Data diff segment, and it has brought us back to you, Tim, and I wouldn't have it any other way. And we've also fished back out Ender and Space Ghost. Happy to have y'all here with us. Perks and Alfari. It's almost like one name at this point. Perks and Alfari, Perks and Alfari. You mentioned, Tim, I want to start with you. There was one really significant part that caught my eye that we're going to get to in, just a couple minutes here. I'm going to hold that thought. Jacob has another wolf bomb for us. Jacob, hit me with it.
So, Mad Lions is moving forward with Reeker. I know that Pablo mentioned that at the beginning of the show. We feel pretty confident on that. There's a little bit of hiccup right now, though, in the humanoid deal. I think everybody's feeling pretty good about it on both ends, the Mad Lions and the Fnatic end. But there's a chance that actually doesn't officially get done this evening, Humanoid going to Fnatic, which kind of makes me a little uneasy. I thought that would be done this evening. I'd be bringing you guys sort of the official announcement that Humanoid was going to Fnatic, but I'm hearing that at this current time, things are not quite there quite yet. But Mad Lions has decided, regardless of what the hell happens, they're going to go forward with Reeker.
So yeah, I mean, I guess if Humanoid doesn't end up landing on Fnatic, he is not going to go back home to Mad Lions. Jacob, as much as you can tell us, why hasn't the deal got done? What's the hang-up?
I think buyout agreements are very complex, especially of this nature, someone that important, right? The difference between Humanoid and Carzzy is Carzzy's just a free agent. Vitality's just going to sign him straight out of free agency. Should be fairly straightforward, you know. He wants to go there. He wants to join that Perks and Alfari team you were just talking about. And in the case of Humanoid, they got to work through the paperwork and take some time, but there was optimism it would get done pretty quickly once the window opened earlier in the week and earlier this morning, but it seems like that's not the case. I think what's really interesting, though, to me is that Mad Lions has decided regardless that they're just going to go the young talent route. I mean, they've proven that this can work, right? You see in the case of them taking chances on their initial roster, right? And in the case of and then iterating even more with El Yoya, bringing him in from the ERLs, and now that's been successful. They are the LEC champion. They went to Worlds. They made the quarterfinals. Now they're doing it again. They're going with Reeker and Unforgiven unapologetically, and that's pretty exciting to me.
Ask for forgiveness rather than permission, and their AD carry's name certainly stands to reason that, yeah, they are just going guns blazing into the future on the shoulders of their rookies. It worked once. See if they can do it again. Jacob, thank you. Let's bring it this way here. Yep, so we got the roster up there. Reeker coming in from Berlin International Gaming, Unforgiven. They'll probably get done officially here. But, Ender, I want to start with you real quick. As a man who has his pulse on the ERLs a little more than the rest of us, what's the pitch if you are Mad Lions and saying, you're kind of selling it to the investors, if you will, and not actually, but Reeker specifically, why is he that dude?
Well, I think first of all, like, it's worth pointing out that it's not just Mad Lions that was interested in Reeker. Like, I know a lot of different LEC teams that were looking for mid lane players were eyeing this guy as a pretty strong candidate to make the bump up into the LEC stage. At EU Masters, people remember he played a lot of these like roaming style champions, the Gallios, Silas's Twisted Fates. Those were sort of in meta in that tournament anyways, but he showed an ability to adapt to those picks for sure. I think at the end of the day, obviously losing Humanoid, one of, if not the best mid laner in the LEC, 1 and 2 with him in caps for sure. Like, it is going to be a downgrade, but this is a good, promising talent to bet your money on and to try and watch evolve over the course of the next year or so. So I think this is going to be a long-term good investment for them. And
yeah, they've done it before. This is not G2 coming into the game and saying, "Oh, we're going to try to develop young talent." That's not to throw shade at their ability to develop talent. They just haven't done it before. It's a lot easier to make promises when you've got a track record behind you that says, no, we've actually done this before. Tim, is there anything that you can tell us about Reeker? You got your pulse on the NA development scene, but as far as the ERL, is there anything you've got for us on Reeker and what he might bring that's different to Humanoid, to Mad Lions?
Yeah, I don't really have great insights to add on the specific players, but just a vote of confidence in the Mad Lions org and the coaching staff specifically that works there. Like you said, they've done this before. They've brought these players along. They've shown both that they can pick the right players and that they can mold those players into something more than they were coming in. So I think seeing these players come in, I give a lot of benefit of the doubt to Mad Lions that they'll still be a powerhouse in the league, and I think the idea of moving on from Humanoid, being able to get a buyout back for him is really beneficial for them financially. And I think, I think they're probably doing what's probably going to be best for them long term, especially if Humanoid himself had any impetus to say, I want to try something different. Whether that was he wanted to try going to NA and that hasn't worked out, going to Fnatic for Humanoid, a player of his stature, one of the best mid laners in the league, and going to one of the biggest brands in the league, probably the biggest brand in the league. I can understand that. So I think all in all, I have a lot of faith in what Mad Lions are doing here, and I think there's a very high chance it works out.
All right, Kari, just to give you the opportunity to put in your 2 cents on Reeker rookies.
I can't say it any better than it's already been said. I'm really excited to see promising new talent. There's nothing you can really do to like come back from that. I mean, obviously the Humanoid situation is kind of not great, but having somebody new to sub in that isn't discounted, you know what I mean? This is like the top shelf good new talent that you can get. Makes me feel actually quite excited, honestly, to watch how this actually works out for them.
Yeah, I'm excited to really put Mad Lions infrastructure to the test.
Yeah.
Right, prove to yourself this wasn't a flash in the pan. We've got something sustainable and repeatable. Speaking of proven commodities, Perks and Alfari, we were talking about them, Tim, and I want to bring it back to you because there was something that you mentioned as far as, again, bringing context to stats. I think it's something so valuable, something I really geek out about. We were having dinner time conversations about this last night. You mentioned something specific I want you to unpack and hone in on here. You mentioned that Perks and Alfari are very good at converting farm to damage. Because is it as simple as, okay, you farm, that gets you gold. Gold buys you items. Items make the numbers go bigger. And is it just as simple as that? What makes someone good at converting farm to damage?
I think it's about opportunism, being able to spot the chances to make a play. Both of these players are ones who want to make something happen. Perks especially, he's one of these mid laners who is willing to put himself out there and say, hey, everybody form up on me, we're going to make this happen and go in and do it. And Alfari is just so kind of hands dominant over, especially in the LCS players he was facing up against. And they Team Liquid really built their team around Alfari in a lot of ways, with Core JJ spending all that time in the top lane, building their game plans to set that up. So I think these are two players who spent a lot of the year being played around, getting a lot of resources, support roams, whatever else you're going to give them. And that shows up in their stats, and that not every player who gets support roams or a lot of jungle ganks or favorable matchups in draft is going to be able to take that and actually make it happen and carry team fights and all that kind of thing. You give that to the players that are going to deliver. Both these players have shown that they can deliver. Now the challenge for Vitality is going to be, as we talked about earlier in the show, can they make both of these players succeed in that, or is one of them going to be able, better than the others, to kind of take that step back and allow the other to be the primary? So that's what we're going to have to find out.
I think that top side is going to be unbelievably interesting to watch. 3 guys that have been the stars of their teams before in Perks, Alfari, and Selfmade. Resource allocation, opportunism, right? The 2 sides of that same coin. It's going to be the name of the game for them. Kari, we were talking about it, off. I don't know if it was, honestly, I don't remember if it was off air or earlier tonight, but Alfari especially, right? Tim said it. Team Liquid played around Alfari. They modified their play style, and they had the structure to do so. Santorin is one heck of a jungler. Jensen is a top-class mid laner, and Core JJ was all over the place. What needs to, I mean, it's much easier said than done, just saying, oh, we're going to play around Alfari now. Well, no, you've got Perks and Selfmade and Karzi, and Labrov, kind of the unsung hero here. They've kept him around. I'm trying to find another way to say this other than do you see this working out, because I feel like we beat that horse to death. But talking about Alfari specifically, what's got to change for him?
Yeah, I know, it's not pure speculation, but obviously Alfari didn't quite like it in NA. Didn't quite feel like it fit his play style, that it felt like a lot of people were saying that
he prefers to stand as opposed to sit.
Yeah.
Cushions as opposed to wooden benches.
Yeah, and Chipotle as opposed to whatever else that was. Actually, I think that in the presence of Titans, I think it's a little bit easier for Alfari to trust his team, to let go, and not be the main character. I think that when you are, the top EU top, coming over to NA, it's really easy to not trust anybody around you, not trust your staff, not trust your players, not trust anybody, because they may not know better than you. I mean, we can only speculate, but Alfari is where he is because he really put his nose to the grindstone and proved himself in the LEC gauntlet. So it's really important to remember that even though Alfari is kind of the main character, he's got main character thing going on there, I think that he will be in the presence of Titans that will encourage him to, maybe we will see, I don't like the term weak side, but I'm going to use it, maybe we will see a weak side Alfari come out, which we didn't see at all during the NA season. So I'm really curious to see. I do think that people pan Alfari as like hard to work with or problematic. I don't think that's the case at all in the slightest. I think NA has its own set of problems, and he found them. Ornn, speaking of Ornn, Alfari.
Keep talking about weak side top laners. We're just going to get more and more Bloop scoops. Pablo, the Ornn Horn has sounded. You have been summoned. Bring us good news.
Yeah, so this is for you Fnatic fans. I just wanted to update a bit on the Niski situation. As you might saw, basically everywhere he mentioned that maybe he's teamless for next year. So I want to share a bit of light of what's going on in the behind the scenes, basically. So like 2 weeks ago, like 2 years in normal time, but 2 weeks in terms of off-season, Fnatic was considering going for Perks, of course prior to the clause was revealed and etc. But Niski was informed about this, and then the last week Mad Lions offered Humanity to Fnatic, and Fnatic decided that it was a good call. So they wanted to give Niski a new place, and Cloud9 was the best option for him. It's a no environment, etc. They need a new mid laner, of course, because they are losing Perks. So the thing here is Fnatic brought up Niski for 300,000 euros. And moving into the negotiations, C9 didn't want to pay more than what they basically received from Fnatic last year. Fnatic wasn't open to sell him for the same price as they bought, as they considered that he grew a lot as a player. So at the the last stages of this negotiation, basically Fnatic put the price on just that 300,000 plus additional 50,000. And C9 declined it, and they are not going for the second option, which is, it's indeed Fuchs rolling to mid lane. So Niski, it's likely teamless for next year, yeah.
So we can blame $50,000 for the lack of a
Not really.
reunion?
Not really. I would say it's just Cloud9 being a bit greedy in terms of money and Fnatic in terms of timing.
Okay, well.
Kind of fortunate for him, yep.
Yeah, I mean, and Niski, one of the most well-liked players in the league, and a homecoming would have been great, but I appreciate the additional insight on that situation. Yeah, Niski brings a very tried and true play style to whatever team he's on. You want to talk about a facilitator, right? That's what Niski would do. Do you think that would have been a reunion with a good kind of reunion with Cloud?
I'm pissed. Niski needs a team. He's way too good not to have a team. Like, that is beyond upset. Like, I literally was like head in hands as I'm listening to that. Like, sure, like Fudge was an impressive top laner. Like, he could probably role swap to mid and be fine. But like, that's offensive. I'm not happy.
Tim, do you have thoughts there?
No, so like hearing this develop and knowing that Cloud9's offseason has taken all kinds of twists and turns, and it seemed like every day there was something new being brought up about, oh, Cloud9 are thinking this now, oh, they're in on that, they're out on that, and changing and changing and changing. And so every time somebody would come out with a rumor saying Cloud9's going to do this, I'd just sit back and go, yeah, I'll wait 12 hours and it's probably going to be something else. And I think each of those rumors was true along the way, but then changed. And when Niski came up towards the end of it, I thought, aha, finally they've settled on something that's going to work. Niski Blabber, great pairing. You know, it's been proven. Blabber's gotten better since then. I think Niski's gotten a little better since then as well. But when it started to come out that this deal wasn't going to happen because of buyout money, I was thinking like, oh, Fnatic are demanding $1 million, right? Either $1 million, €1 million, something like that. And Cloud9 are like, come on, that's not fair, right? For this amount of money, I mean, give me a break. How can you not take that approach? I don't get it. I'm baffled.
Yeah, as am I. I mean, from a storylines perspective, I think a homecoming would have been very, very sweet. And yeah, Cloud9 in need of a mid laner. I'm very, very curious to see where they go shopping for one. Let's take a second to reset here, maybe recap what has gone on. If we know we are about 45 minutes away from ringing the bell and putting the kibosh on this one for now. I mean, gosh, I don't even know where to begin here. So much. To me, the real standouts have been the guys that are still teamless, and so I want to get to that. But look, the Vitality Super Team is coming together. Reeker and Unforgiven are going to Mad Lions. We talked about G2. BDS coming together. Looks like Adam will be heading there. Team Liquid coming together. CLG, we've gotten a little more insight into them. I want to wrap up Perks and Alphari and talking about them because we had before we were interrupted, we talked about weak side and what needs to change for Alphari, right? A little maybe the main character energy that he has. The top three he played, and this is something that he got panned for this year, was a lack of champion diversity. It was Renekton, GP, Gnar. Now, you could maybe blame Spring Split for Renekton GP and the overabundance, or Renekton Gnar rather, and the overabundance of that we saw. Ender, you casted him when he was still in Europe. I mean, his strength was laning and taking advantage of certain matchups. Is it unrealistic to expect the same out of Alphari and put him on weak side? Can those two things coexist?
I feel like everyone just forgot the early stages of Alphari's career because Alphari being a lane-dominant player was a brand new thing that happened with Origin in the summer of 2019. Like, this guy, when he played for Misfits originally, was the weak side king. Like, before people were talking about Odoamne doing that whole thing, no. Like, I still remember Vedius did about 18 different segments on him, mainly because he's Welsh, but also because he was a really good player, and just highlighted his ability to play the weak side. And I think that with the role he started playing with Origin was much more focused on getting him counterpick and draft. It was how he developed as a player, and that was a big transition for him. So if he wanted to play weak side, he could go back to that. Like, that is definitely an option. But at the same time, like, I don't expect that to be the case. Like, Team Vitality, I'm sure they can be a versatile team and have a lot of different styles. But I would actually expect, like, Carzzy to get similar treatment to sometimes he got on Mad Lions, where early game wasn't really focused around the bot side. Labrov is a great roaming support as well. So this team is going to be predominantly about support jungle moving and supporting their two solo laners would be my guess.
That's what I hope for, to be honest, because I think that also, I mean, again, nobody likes to be on weak side duty specifically, but I do think that Alfari has earned the right and has proved that he can hard carry, and with a capital H. So that's what I hope for. That's when he's at his best. I mean, it's like he waited, like you said, he paid his dues. He waited so long to be able to prove that he could be an aggressive hard carry, and now he's here. And I still think that, you know, again, it does depend on the meta. You know, it does very much depend on where the meta ends up, where we end up with patches, but I hope that he does get that because he can become a superstar. I believe that with my whole heart. So I want that for him, but I don't know if it's going to happen.
I mean, I think we're seeing like the possibilities for him to transition in style. I think we're seeing a huge transition for Vitality as well, because for a long time, like Vitality were a bottom to middle of the back team in the LEC. Like they made changes on the roster, they kept missing. It was like stormtroopers trying to shoot Chewbacca, and they'd been deep into the Bud Light, right? Like it wasn't working out for them at all. But now we're seeing with the changes to the team here going into 2022, Caedrel's going to come in, bring the grind set for the squad. Like they are going to push it to the limit. And I firmly believe the Vitality are going to be at the very least a team in the finals, regardless of how hard Caedrel tries to drag them down to 7th.
Oh,
I'm going to ignore that. And I'm going to go to Tim. Tim,
he's listening.
I know he is. Tim, I pitched Ender this question earlier. I mean, you know, you talk about how these are two guys, you know, converting gold to damage. This is a high octane roster. This on paper, I agree with Ender as much as I might want to play the skeptic on this one. That this feels like, you know, Vitality feels like they have almost a supervillain arc to them, right? All the pieces of a messed up Voltron coming together to take over the LEC. If this goes wrong, in your eyes, where does it go wrong and why?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think it'll probably end up, I mean, there are all kinds of things behind the scenes that can kind of scuttle a team, whether it's just personalities clashing, whether it's communication, you know, the team comms aren't quite fitting. I think with the players they have, that probably shouldn't be an issue. But, you know, the more I let this one marinate in me, the more I think like it's hard to spot a clear reason why it would fail other than kind of soft issues like HR kind of stuff, like relationships and things. I think knowing that Alfari is capable of playing so well with resources, and Carzzy is really good at playing without the resources, and that Perkz is this flexible. I think, you know, maybe if Perkz' individual skill proves to be kind of declining, I think he individually didn't play as well this past year as he did in previous years, and there have been a couple of years in a row with the roll stops in the middle and all of that, of a little bit of a fall off compared to his peak, and we still see moments of that peak, but we don't see it consistently. I think that's something that could happen, but other than that, I think it's really kind of the soft stuff that's most likely to cause a problem, to kind of put a stick in the spokes and cause it to fall over. But yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot of reason to fear like, oh, I see a giant weakness that could materialize.
Yeah, and it feels like that's the G2 energy from this last split. You say, well, on paper, there's no reason this should go pear-shaped, but alas, it did. So far, we've had so many moves that have taken place. First team, all teamless. I want to get into those as far as what we think might happen, what moves we want to see happen. I do want to get into what have been.
Stop that.
Wonderful. I would never. I didn't know that.
no more.
Jacob, what do you have for us?
Yeah, so Golden Guardians is signing Pride Stalker. I believe this was reported elsewhere as their new jungler. They are also just waiting for the player contract part of this to be signed, but TSM and GG are on the same page. GG is buying out Lost from TSM, which leaves TSM 80 carryless now. Okay, so Lost to GG, and then Pride Stalker filling that in. So again, this is another NA team going across the pond and picking up talent from the ERLs. Golden Guardians. This, I confess, to me, this is a bit of a surprise. Them saying, okay, we're going to go, all in on. They had a good group of guys that they wanted to bring up, and now they've shifted. They've shifted gears here. Why Pride Stalker? Why now? But they've also changed a lot of staff. CLG obviously took John McDaniel to their side of the pond, or to their side of the fence. So this is a lower trim GG lineup. I mean, they still have some really talented people on their roster, right? They have Licorice top lane, who I believe they're going to be retaining. They have Blaze Olive, who I think they're going to be signing an extension with as well. And they announced Ale, that we mentioned earlier in the year. Earlier in the show, that he's going to be coming back to pro play and playing for them. So, I mean, this essentially rounds out their roster if they get lost paperwork done. I mean, I think this is not a half bad roster at all.
No, and yeah, Jacob, thank you for bringing that. I do think that note that he left it on is one that I want to expand on. This is not a half bad roster, especially considering, I mean, you know, Car, you talked about the highs that the old Golden Guardians reached, and I think if you were to, there's some statistic floating around that if you were to take just the LCS standings from like X point onward, whether it was the solo arrival or the Licorice arrival onward, Golden Guardians had a dang good record, and they really saw their upward. But it's just because the LCS combined records, because they suffered so much in the spring, it was a really, really long road up, and I feel like Lost, he got a bit of a raw deal as far as the start of the split for TSM. He comes in, he's got to fill the shoes of the greatest North American player ever. You know, him and Doublelift and Bjergsen, 1A, 1B. And, you know, he's got a great system around him to succeed. He's got a great jungler in Spica, a great support in Sword Art to learn from. And I think he was viewed very unfairly. Do you share that sentiment?
I do think he got a raw deal. I do think that, again, we're going to go back to like weak side. I hate that terminology because it's not nuanced enough to explain, you know, how that happens and at what stage in the game you are playing quote unquote weak side. But I do think that he got a raw deal. You're right. The person that he's looking at like receiving his legacy is Doublelift. So of course, you know, he was set up to fail in that situation, but I think he knew that. I think he took it as an opportunity to work with the greatest titans in NA League of Legends and learn a thing or two from Sword Art. That being said, I do think that Sword Art had a little bit of trouble adjusting to how like messy it would be. I really think that Sword Art really struggled to be like, oh, this is worse than I thought. I don't know if I can carry this. And so I think that Lost, again, like you said, raw deal, not a great situation, real bad bed that was made for him, not necessarily by him, but how can you be Lost and not accept that contract as well? I just can't imagine you saying, like people would be like, what's wrong with you? So. Not great. It's sort of like, I hate to compare it, since we're talking about Golden Guardians, I may as well. I hate to compare it to like Niles, but like also kind of a raw deal, you know what I mean? Like he didn't necessarily have a very strong weak side game, and that's kind of what was expected of him. And say what you will about his career, he's retired now, so let's try to keep it nice. But I think that there's beds that are made for players that don't necessarily show off their strengths or their skills, and I believe you're right when you say that Lost got a raw deal and that there is actually something here.
And that number, especially, Tim, I want to go to you on this. Again, damage percentage, number 13 over the course of the whole year. I feel like there's a sentence to be formed here that has the phrase weak side in it, and that statistic. Can you fill in the blanks here?
Yeah, I mean, when I talk about Lost, I don't think the stats really tell the story of who he is as a player in the sense of this season, what we got out of him. Like if we throw back to a year ago, and think of who this player was and what we expected out of him, and then what we actually got, I think it was not that far off. I think we saw him as one of the top 2 bot laners in Academy in 2020, and then he came into 2021, and Evil Geniuses wanted him. This has been reported that Evil Geniuses were 4 hours away from acquiring him before everything kind of went sideways, and he ended up staying on TSM because he had been on TSM Academy. But in Academy, he was much more of like a lane dominant primary carry kind of a player, and that's where he did his best work. He didn't get a lot of a chance to do that in TSM, but I think he played at a level in isolation when you kind of try to understand his performance separate from what the rest of his team was doing. That was around what I would expect. I think that he was kind of a mid-level AD carry in the LCS. And I think going to a different team, with a different dynamic to it, he might have a bit more chance to show that off, a little bit less pressure on him. And I think almost everybody on TSM except for Spica has gotten a lot of flame from the fan base. This is something you get by being on the most popular team with such a kind of a rabid fan base that is going to celebrate all the wins really, really hard and flame the losses really, really hard, and justifiably so. But I think that Lost kind of got punished a little bit by that fan base for TSM's lack of success as a team, which he did play into, and I'm not going to forgive that, but I think Lost is smart.
So, Lost getting a fresh start on Golden Guardians. We've got another Bloop scoop coming in hot. The Oran Horn has sounded. Pablo, what bringeth you?
Hello again, guys. So more LCS news. Immortals is set to continue with Top Lane Revenge and Jungler Xerxe, and they are set to sign former TSM mid laner Power of Evil and White Turtle, their AD carry.
Okay, so sorry, I blacked out when you said Power of Evil. I didn't catch what you said for AD carry. Could you repeat that one more time?
Wild Turtle.
Wild Turtle.
Yep.
Power of Evil and Wild Turtle joining the roster on Immortals. I mean, I guess we'll talk about Insanity and Raze, but Power of Evil, what, 8th team in 8 years? I mean, another team for him. What drew Immortals to Power of Evil?
I mean, I think it was interesting for them and makes sense. Insanity wasn't really as good as expected. I think they weren't really happy with him. So with the free agents in the market, I think Power of Evil was a good choice because he wasn't expensive, and it's kind of proof as a decent mid laner in the LCS.
Now, one more for you, actually, so let the good people know I am one of the good people here. Power of Evil, was that contract with TSM, was that a one-year deal? Did they have to buy that out?
I think Power of Evil didn't have buyout, no.
Okay. Well, continuing the journeyman legacy, Power of Evil on his 15th team in 15 years. What a guy. Bloop, thank you so much. Let's dive into this one. I mean, Power of Evil, he plays a mean Victor, and he is, as we see here. But Azir, Syndra, he is Mr. Control Mage. He is Mr. High Floor. And I feel like with Wild Turtle, you get a guy that is, when he gets a bunch of resources, can perform pretty well on them. I think of that FlyQuest team 2 years ago that I still think kind of will, maybe history will give them their due. I love that FlyQuest team. To quote a friend of mine, where were you when Wild Turtle put Jackie Love in the dumpster? Let's not forget. But these are two, when I see these moves from Immortals, Ender, I see floor raising.
Yeah, no, these are for sure good moves, and I think obviously PoE is one of those guys that we were all talking about as he has to find a team. He's way too good to be teamless, kind of like a similar situation to Niski. So it's nice to see that Immortals actually have $50,000 lying around. And at the same time, I think Wild Turtle has been, I don't want to say severely underrated, but I think he's been somewhat underrated through his tenure in the LCS because of the early memes of the aggression and all of that, and how that storyline sort of caught on for them. So I think this is a fantastic mid AD carry combination. I'm saying jungle too because I think Xerxe is absolutely fantastic. So I'm very excited to see this roster, and I feel like these are some of the first signings that we're seeing out of NA that I've actually been excited about. Most of the changes so far, apart from the rumored TL and stuff, but the news we've gotten today, this is the first one. They're yeah, I really like these.
All right, from the nods you gave, do you share that sentiment?
Yeah, I overwhelmingly share that sentiment with Ender, especially Xerxe. It's funny because everybody was like, who is this guy? We've never seen him, but he was on Origin with Alfari. He's not new to this, and he's also incredibly good, a very, very good, reliable jungler. And also incredible as a team player. That's something that I want somebody who's adaptable and who's good inside a tean. And Xerxe is that. He is so dependable. He's I just can't say enough good things about him. And like I said, he's forged in fire. He was on an Origin with Upset, Destiny, and Alfari. What else do you need to be forged in fire? So Ender and I both, when we threw our hands up, but then my sleeves are really small, so I can't. But
mine are really loose. So
yeah.
That's easy.
I didn't hear a tear coming from your mouth.
Yeah, me either. Hopefully not.
The Blazers in one piece. Tim, what I saw in the background when I was talking to Kari, you were shaking your head. Is that because you do not share these sentiments? You're diametrically opposed? What do you like and not like about these two moves?
Yeah, I'll throw in a dissenting voice here. I don't like these moves at all. Partly because there's a lot of context here, and I'll try to unpack it quickly. Partly I don't really understand the moves because everything I've heard suggests that Immortals are coming in and really managing their budget very tightly and trying to keep the finances in good shape. And these players must be taking pretty massive pay cuts from what they've gotten in the past, and that's all well and good. So that's just kind of a little like, oh, that's interesting. I'm a little bit surprised they can afford them. In terms of the actual content of the signings, I'm not really sure how these players put your team in a better position 1 year from now than you're in today. And they're not players who have higher peaks ahead of them. Maybe they help you to attract some other players in the future, but you've already got Revenge and Xerxes. You don't have other players to attract, and presumably they're retaining Destiny as well. We don't know that. I don't know that for sure. But I think an Oregon in this position in the bottom half of the league needs to be trying to position themselves. They're not going to win the LCS this year. This lineup's not going to go to Worlds. And so if you're not going to go to Worlds, you have to think about how are we going to be closer to Worlds 1 year from now and be able to build a roster 1 year from now that can get us to Worlds or puts us another notch forward. And I don't see ways that these players do that. And I want to throw in a quick comment on Power of Evil's contract as well. He had a 2-year deal with TSM, and he tweeted pretty early in the offseason, hey, I'm available without a buyout. And the only way that can be possible is with either a mutual termination of the contract and TSM weren't interested in trying to get a buyout. Either they thought there'd be no market or something like that, or that Power of Evil had an option on his own to terminate the contract and give himself the freedom to change and not be locked into that contract like some other players have been. And I don't know for sure which of those scenarios it is, but I think that gives some context because he did for sure have a 2-year contract at TSM.
And I want to piggyback off something you said, that if you're not trying to win now, you've got to think about how you are winning in a couple of years. This feels like, maybe I'm oversimplifying things. So I'm going to throw out kind of a theory and see if it kind of encapsulates how you're feeling about this. Is these feel like win now moves for a team that is in no position to win in a significant way now?
Yeah, more or less. I mean, it's what we got out of CLG a year ago. Right. Like, let's spend what feel like medium budget moves. And Xerxes, I think, should still be very much a medium budget player. They're not. I highly doubt they're renegotiating his contract or that he came in on a minimum salary. So if budget matters, you can make some different moves. You can go for some plays that might be a little riskier and some younger players in development. We don't know what they're going to do in academy yet, so maybe that changes the tenor of all this. But yeah, it's not. I don't really see the overall plan, and I don't know how much of that might be related to the fact that they lost their general manager about a week ago, just over a week ago, and there hasn't been any information released about the context on that. Just he's not with the team anymore. I don't know if that affected their plans or what happened there, but I don't know, something about the whole Immortal situation it's not quite sitting right.
I want to take that point to jump into another segment here, but I want to swing it back to y'all. Not that I'm trying to make my kids all fight each other here, but like any rebuts or comments kind of on that, because we got For me, the joy of it really, before I kind of thought about it, was that just Power of Evil and Wild Turtle as people and as players and who they seem to be are guys that are easy to root for. So for me, that was half the joy of the moves. Do y'all, I just want to give you the floor here to respond to Tim or throw in.
Yeah, I mean, all I would say is like, especially on the front of like this team, like trying to like win LCS or like go to Worlds and all this stuff, like I think you would be hard pressed to, like, I don't even know what roster you could put together with the available players right now that could compete with TL or 100 Thieves, right? Just like straight up, like I just don't think that's a realistic possibility. So I feel like from the options that are out there in the pool, like unless you wanted to gamble on a rookie, right, which is a fine option, like as far as known quantities go, I feel like these are some of the stronger options out there. So I feel like overall for Immortals, again, like this is one of the moves that does excite me.
Couldn't have said it better myself. I think this is a great, again, middle of the pack, but upper middle of the pack. They will be. They're not going to be fighting for first or second, probably, unless something crazy happens. But they will definitely be fighting for third, fourth, fifth. And I think that that's worth it. I think you're building a brand in Immortals, and that's good enough for that team and where they are at right now. Especially because this year, pretty much guaranteed that we're going to see the same 2-3 teams in the top 3. So. Yeah,
more than likely the rich got richer.
Yeah, I literally just said what Ender said. What Ender said. I'm just going to keep saying that.
I can make it more complicated in the future if you want.
Yeah, please.
I got some crazy words I can throw your way.
Now, let's talk about rookies here for a second, because we talked about whether it was Kenvi, Tenacity, and Jojo Pion headlining this rookie class. There are names in the Immortals Academy that's a team that did all right in amateur this year. I want to stick with you, Kari. If there was anyone from either Immortals or Immortals adjacent, just Immortals and Immortals Academy, I guess. Who would you throw your weight behind if you couldn't get PoE, or Wild Turtle? Is there anyone that you'd like to see? Or maybe it's not someone in the Immortals Academy. Maybe do you think, let's go get Palafox? I want to transition this conversation over to the up-and-coming names in North America that if you don't go with floor raisers in known quantities, who do Immortals go with?
There were some really banger picks in Scouting Grounds this year. So I just want to say there's like a few options here. I think Five Fire doesn't have a team. They won Spring Proving Grounds with no org, which was incredible. I think that we don't even need to stay in Academy. Like Acadian is around, like he's around. I wouldn't like him in this combination though. Like specifically if we're talking 4 Immortals, that's not what I want for that. But there are some very strong picks. There's specifically, I would have liked to maybe see Destiny swapped out. There are very strong, especially C9A had Breezy, and they have that ADC Wixie. They were a great pair. I think that would have been a perfect Breezy and Wixie subbing them out, but that would have been discount, and like Ender said, taking a risk on a rookie. So yeah, there's pretty much all of the Scouting Grounds players don't have a team, which is incredible to me because a lot of them are exceptional, but I think maybe Tim would agree, not quite done cooking yet. Not quite done cooking for LCS.
And so, Tim, I do want to, let's swing that to you. Kari's doing my job for me. Do you share that sentiment? And if, regardless of that, if you don't get PoE or Wild Turtle, whether it's in the Immortal system, and maybe with a little bit more focus on that, but who do you get and say, actually, we're going to build, around you? Yeah, we've got Xerxes and Revenge, who are 2 guys that have had very high highs, but mid and 80 carry, those are heavyweight positions as well. If you're armchair GMing Immortals, where do you go?
Yeah, if I'm going to pick some players, and we have to, if we had more time on it, we talk about the context and whether they're gettable or not. But
sure.
If you pick out someone like Prismal from Golden Guardians, and now that they're getting lost, obviously they're not going to be promoting Prismal. I think you'd try to pull Prismal over. And I had a name on the tip of my tongue for mid lane, and it's abandoning me at the moment. But Soligo. Dignitas released Soligo today. Go with Soligo. He's a guy who still has more upside in front of him, and has shown he can hold his own and in the right team environment can perform really well in certain circumstances. I think he would give you, honestly, a relatively similar level of performance to what I've seen out of Power of Evil lately. A little less, but I think with the potential to get ahead of him. And it gives you more flexibility options with import status and all that kind of stuff. I think that's a piece that you would want to have in your organization that can potentially a year from now have you closer to where you want to be.
Now, I want to shift the conversation to one rookie in particular. You can ask my coworkers, my friends from high school, anyone I share a Discord with. I have been banging this drum for a long, long time. Palafox. There are some empty LCS mid lane slots. TSM, Golden Guardians, CLG, heck, Cloud9. I think he was in their academy system at one point, if I'm not mistaken.
But Fudge is going mid on C9, so.
Which is an unironic thing. Maybe we should have saved that for bullshit meter, but that did apparently happen. I mean, look, Fudge can swing it with the best of them, but I would like to see Palafox a chance taken on him. He was included in deals going back and forth here. Maybe Kenvi gets swung somewhere as well. I would like to see Kenvi on like a CLG. I want all the rookies to go to CLG. That's my dream. The CLG just rebrands as, no, actually, okay, fine. last year was what it was. Let us, we're going to steal the hearts of the nation and the region by just going all in on rookies, build around contracts, whatever. Contracts and Palafox to the moon 2024 LCS champions. Ender, armchair GM for me a little bit here. I know your expertise is more in the ERLs than in NA Academy and NA Amateur, but of the moves that we haven't seen, maybe angle a little bit younger. Like I said, first team, all teamless, I think is an absolutely loaded squad, but angling a little younger. Where would you like to see some of these guys go? Do you have your eye on anyone in particular?
I mean, like, honestly, if I was a GM in NA, I'd consider, grabbing, go to the zoo. right? Get yourself a hippopotamus, plop it in front of a computer. You're going to train it first with the easy stuff, like how to sub with Twitch Prime, right? Then download Crab Game, the Minecraft-looking Squid Game copycat right there. And then you send them to Worlds, and they'd still get just as many wins as TSM in 2020. GG, lost, it's over, and yeah, move right along.
All right. I had no idea where that one was going initially.
Don't ask.
But Tim, to you, as far as guys that haven't really found a home, I don't know. Just so I shut up about him and I don't spend the next half hour talking about just Palafox, give me some hopium on the dude. What's to like about him, and could we see, where's a fit that you see for a guy like him in the LCS?
I have to follow what Ender threw out there. I don't know. I thought I had said the most ridiculous thing of the night. Palafox,
I did my best to pivot off that. I throw the grenade to you, sir.
Yeah, I think Palafox could have a place in the league. I think he's someone who, again, put him in a different environment. Maybe we see something a little bit different out of him. Maybe we see a little bit more out of him. I think he's, he's going to be a low-end mid laner in the league, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have a place. And it doesn't mean that he can't do more than what we've seen out of him so far. I think he's one that depending who you combine with your other mid laner in Academy, having him and Soligo, for example, competing and driving each other, maybe it gives you options to see who ends up better over the course of the year, and not necessarily a 6-man roster approach, but that's an option. If we're going to talk about players that I think younger players, actual potential rookie, not any time in the LCS except for one game, and you mentioned Kenvy's name. I think that's one where, I haven't really heard anything. 100 Thieves announced their roster, and Kenvy's not doing a 7-man roster thing in jungle. So is he moving somewhere else? Are they holding him in Academy? If he gets held in Academy, I'm going to be pretty disappointed, because this is a guy who needs his shot now. Otherwise, we're just going to lose a year off of his potential. Academy is not going to do really anything more for Kenvy, I think, at this point. So I really want to see him end up somewhere, and hopefully there's still an opening.
I'd like to say too, I was surprised that they hadn't, that nothing had come of Kenvy, because I think he's a guy that teams would throw. Trades aren't all that common in League of Legends, but he feels like a guy that could sweeten a deal. Whether it's for a 6-man spot, whether it's to just push somebody. And zooming out a little bit, I was having this conversation with Jacob earlier. A team like 100 Thieves, for whatever reason, there's something, I don't know if I've just had this beat into me that change is inevitable, especially in esports and in League of Legends. Were you surprised that 100 Thieves seemed like the only change they've made is, we're gonna 6-man roster, for a team that deserved champions, but came into that final against TL as underdogs and performed admirably at Worlds. 3-3, that's a very healthy looking 3-3 in my biased NA opinion. Were you surprised that they just kept it all as is?
So to be fair, I'm not perfectly aware of their contract situation, if they had to renew players for themselves, because looking across the board, I think it was a very successful year for them overall, even without getting the win at the end there. And I think when you look at it again, it's really hard to find very obvious upgrades within the roster. There are definitely players where they're comparable, maybe even a little bit better than some of the roles on the team. But again, if you're looking across the board, it's pretty hard to know yeah, that's going to be the better gamble. So to some extent, I'm a little surprised that no other teams were able to swoop in and steal someone away for a pretty penny. But at the same time, this is remaining one of the 2 top teams in LCS. I'm pretty convinced of that with them and Team Liquid. So unless they were stealing away some of the players that Liquid is rumored to be able to lock in, I don't see what they would change.
Yeah, no, I think, it's that in TL, and once C9 gets their mid laner under them, I would love to see where they go. Kari, we didn't finish all your kind of chaotic takes, but do you have anything off the cuff for a C9 mid laner, potentially? Or we could throw it to Tim maybe as well, but the size of the hole that Perkz left in that roster, and the fact that we've heard next to nothing about that, is really, really surprising. I thought, shoot, it is 8:45 here in beautiful Austin, Texas, and we haven't heard anything about who's going to fill the Perkz size hole in the Cloud9 roster. Maybe they look across the pond. Maybe they look across, drop my pen, 2 ponds and go, into China or Korea. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Do you have a dream armchair GM scenario for Cloud9?
No.
Okay.
I really genuinely, I think that I was really disappointed this year. I think like a lot of people, and I was kind of disappointed that Perks wasn't given the reins a little bit more. I think is kind of where I'm at with that. And so I don't necessarily know what is gonna work with the whole ecosystem. And no disrespect, Cloud9 was my team from 2015 on. You know what I mean? Like very long time. But it just hasn't felt great. And Jack has been a real coquettish minx lately. Has not been giving us anything. So I'm sure that whatever they are planning is huge. But I couldn't possibly begin to imagine what it is. I'm just tired of that situation.
He's been a what?
Coquettish minx.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a.
Now you're trying to get on my level.
I am. I'm trying to get on his level. Coquettish is like he's being flirtatious. Like he keeps like tweeting out these little has, and that makes me tired. I don't like to be played with by org owners who have a fantastic amount of money, because it's like you are just treating us like human. It's Squid Game, you know? Yeah. Like you're just playing Squid Game with us. So I just kind of try not to. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be that. So.
Now you've got your vocabulary on Twitch chat's level.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll try to keep it. He's an e-girl. I don't know. We're 15 minutes out from ending, and I'm losing it.
Tim, I want to give you the reins one last time before we send you on here. You're someone who has been banging the NA talent drum for a long time, trying to bring nuance to stats and analysis in League of Legends, and doing so just kind of because you want to. And while I respect that tremendously, is there anything that over the course of whether it's I want to give you just 2 or 3 minutes to say whatever you want here. Give us either a signing that you really liked, you didn't like. I mean, I think I would go Jojo Pune and then the Immortals thing, or a move you still want to see made, a broader cultural shift in North America, taking more chances on rookies, something like that. You've got 2 minutes. Speak to the good people. What do you want to leave with us?
Sure. I mean, I think it won't surprise anybody that I'm really happy about the Jojo Pune promotion. That I'm happy about the Tenacity opportunity to move up. I think Team Liquid swinging so hard and for the imports that they're rumored to get that haven't been confirmed yet, I think is really exciting. And if Ayla gets a chance to play there, I think that'll be a good chance for him to show that he's got both Ayla and Isles, players coming out of Academy who have some OPL experience. I think they'll both get a chance to show that they're LCS quality supports, and I think they certainly are. I think there are a lot of things to be happy about in this offseason in the LCS front as an NA talent kind of a guy. Over in Europe, things are really interesting. A lot of new talent coming in there. I'm really excited to see all of those players come through. I think Razork to Fnatic was a great move, and I know Ender's really shouted that one up, and I agree with him there. If Humanoid lands there too, I can't wait to watch that team. So a lot of things that I'm really excited about. Some things that I'm scratching my head about or a little disappointed by, but we always get that. So, we'll see how the last pieces slot in as things trail out over the next few days, and then lower level rosters get backfilled because you always start with the top level stuff, and then overall this offseason has been very entertaining. We'll leave it that way.
Yeah, and it's not even over yet. I've still got in my notebook Excel sheet my DIY operation here. Still got a lot of blank slots, but Tim Seven Houston, you can find him at oracle.elixir.com. He is the man, the myth, the legend, the brains behind that project at Tim Seven Houston. He's got a podcast as well, the True Sight podcast. I've listened to that. The conversations you have, the people you bring on, the work you do, we're grateful for it, and we're especially grateful that you spent a few hours talking to us and giving your insights. Immensely valuable. Tim, thank you, and have a great rest of your night.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, so we are really, really close to ringing the bell here. We've got about 10 minutes left before we wrap it up here. We want to bring on, want to get final thoughts here from the whole crew. Now, how we managed to, if any of y'all have ever played four to a couch or whatever that game is called.
I'm scooting up.
That means
it'll be fine as long as my
Ender's scooting up.
Electronic.
Hopefully the mic pack didn't disconnect there. But get the whole gang here. Final thoughts. We're going to go down the line here. Ender, I will start with you. If nothing else, we'll get a read on whether your mic still works or not.
Yeah, it should still work.
From the jump here. Give me, I don't know, a high and a low. This feels like a middle school icebreaker, but
high and a low. High vitality with Perks and Alfari, low vitality with Cadril.
Oh.
No, yeah, just send it. That's me.
Jacob.
I would say high. I'm kind of excited for this Immortals roster a little bit. I mean, I kind of disagree a little bit with Tim on his railing on PoE. I mean, I really would like to see PoE get a little bit of a shot. So this kind of does excite me. Maybe I'm just a little bit nostalgic about Power of Evil and Wild Turtle of days past. But I'm excited about sort of this team all coming together. Low for me, nothing for Cloud9. Not a damn thing happened tonight, right?
Yeah.
Like that, it's we've been hearing rumors of like who they may sign top. There was I think Travis Gafford reported that it was going to be Summit and Fudge was going to roll slot to mid, and that Vulcan was going to go to Evil Geniuses. I can tell you right now, none of that's gotten done. And they are also coachless, which also is very interesting to me because I think that a lot of this stuff hangs on them getting a coach.
Yeah.
So they've got 2 players, maybe 3, 3 players under contract, Blabber, Fudge, Vulcan. No buyout deal done for Vulcan at this point, and none of this other stuff has been moving, and they don't have a coach because they lost Smithy to 100 Thieves. So this is a low for me. I mean, this is a team that is usually quite aggressive in the free agency market, and it just seems like they're caught with their pants down, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think on a serious note, like Niski not finding a team is like an ultimate low for me. And hearing that whole news about that situation, I'm still upset about it all.
Oh, and then also Fnatic top lane, like we know Adam's moving, but we don't know sort of who goes next. That's also kind of a low.
Kind of the same for TSM actually. It's another team that it's not moving
Really
too fast.
slow.
They are used to do this kind of stuff during off season.
Last year they did it too.
Yeah, so I think we'll have to wait a bit more for them.
Yeah, the interesting thing about them is we know they're like pretty close to moving Lost. Like we reported, that they are on terms with GG. It's just really about him saying, yeah, I'm good. Like let's move. And so yeah, it seems like GG Lost is coming together, but which means he's out of TSM. But we don't know sort of what's going to happen his replacement quite yet. Like it seems like feet is dragging on everything else TSM related, mid, AD carry and support, just kind of whatever. That's Huni and Spica and
the boys.
We mentioned,
and what?
We mentioned that the TSM Mickey angle it's quite possible, not locked, but I think could be an interesting sign.
It'll be one of those ones that spill out over the next few days.
Yeah, sure. and if they don't go for Mickey, I feel like they are going for some kind of like Asian copium roster probably.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned they had someone waiting.
Yeah.
If not Mickey, TSM is still willing to.
Yeah, they have like
cash.
2 major plans or paths to choose, but they didn't make a decision just yet. So
Well,
I expect it to be done soon.
They went super slow last year. I think a lot of people don't remember. So they were going to send Lost to Evil Geniuses, and then Double Lift retired, and then boom, Lost is suddenly back on TSM, even though everybody was on terms.
Yeah,
that one
Sword
happened.
Art.
Yeah, then Sword Art, and then finding a replacement for Bjergsen. With Bjergsen out, PoE. PoE got done relatively quickly, but that was kind of slow. The Huni thing took a little bit too. There was like a lot of tension between EG and TSM because of the stuff over Lost. Like this is a team that doesn't usually move a lot on free agency. They are standing pat. But with C9 again, like nothing.
But with TSM, when it gets done, the ripple effect is tremendous. Kari, a high and a low from you today.
The high for me is probably Kyoto to Team Liquid. I'm so excited about that. Like I said, I loved what he did with Immortals this year, and I think that he is really great at fostering environments and managing egos, as well as having just a great strategic mind. So that's a high for me. The low, again, I'm just so tired of being played with by multi-million / billionaires. I just want to know what Cloud9 is. They're probably, they probably just like signed Double Lift or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's probably something because that's what they do. They're so good about their brand identity and their presence. So it has to come down to something crazy. I just can't imagine why they wouldn't be signing now if it wasn't something that they were planning like a party for. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's got to be something wild.
I mean, I guess making the return on investment on Perks, right? I don't think they necessarily lost money. I think Vitality ponied up.
Yeah.
For sure.
But I mean, do you count that as like making back what you spent to get him last year, or do you count as like using that money to push forward and go make big acquisitions yourself? TBD,
Yeah,
I guess.
I guess not, but like probably because that's a big hole in the middle of that roster. Have you heard anything as far as Sven and King? I know that was something that was bandied about for a couple weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I think what other people are saying right now is that Finn's going to get a contract extension. But I mean, I guess we'll see kind of what happens with bot lane and just bot lane in general. What happens with Vulcan? Do they promote Isles? Do they decide to move on from Vulcan? Do they keep Vulcan? You know, like the one thing is like, I'm
really
pretty
open.
yeah, it's kind of all over the place.
Really
And I think, you know, too, on the Evil Geniuses side of those things, like, I think it's understood Ignar's out, but what if he's not, right? Like, what happens if everything just blows up and Ignar's got to come back and it's in there kind of just on your hands? Like,
Yeah, it could be awkward.
It's dizzying. And by the way, if Vulcan doesn't end up somewhere like good, where he can like, because I think Vulcan's incredible, I'm going to be furious also. And so that's like another low point, is like Cloud9 holds the key to like disappointment for me as well.
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised. Like watching players like Niski, Jensen, Reckless going to K-Corp, which is
it's offensive.
There's a ton of really good players on the $6 million menu, right? Like there's plenty of options out there. If McDonald's wanted to field a 5-man, it would probably get top 3 in the LCS.
Easy.
Easily. No, okay. Like to that point, I want to just rifle through these. Mickey X not officially, but Wunder, Niski, Jensen, Jizuke,
McNine.
McNine. All together, Enrique. We're home free.
Have it your way. The 5-for-5 combo.
Please.
Power through. You got this.
I'm too hungry for this. Sven Skaren, Palafox, Tactical, Smoothie, Broxa, maybe Santorin, right? He might come back, but that team,
it might come back.
I think he will come back. It's just about how
Broxa
long.
got a raw deal. He's incredible. He's not incredible.
Audi.
Broxa.
Audi, yeah.
But you could build an A and a B team for this. You
could run in-houses like that.
Okay, be real here. This is North America we're talking about.
We are never, ever going to run in-house. Not for as long as we live, even with a bot.
That has taken on that mantle is Core JJ. God bless him. He's been running in-house.
Core JJ, Bjergsen, and Inero, are the three who have been trying so hard. Nobody will take it up.
So, Mom always said, if you want something done right, kill the guy yourself. And that's what they've done.
Your mom was hardcore.
Hi, Mom. Bloop, officially from you, I want to get one from you, a high and a low.
I have 2 highs and 2 lows, I think. Like, has to be in North America, of course, the Team Liquid roster with the players and also Guilloto as the head coach. I also think that's quite interesting. And for Europe, has to be Team Vitality. With Mephisto going there as a head coach.
TBD K-Droll.
It's interesting. Let's see what happens with K-Droll. And for the lows, I would say it's just Cloud9 and TSM because we don't know nothing yet.
I will want to say, I know we're in the last few minutes of the show, but I do just want to say, like, this was really interesting. Keen Lamb, High's younger brother, older brother. They're large family. They have another brother who used to work at Riot as well. But High's brother tweeted that 100 Thieves is the first roster to retain all of their players since the 13-14 championship Cloud9, the first LCS championship winner to retain since that long. And
I was crazy. Right. This is like unprecedented. This doesn't happen.
Yeah. I mean, they added 1 player, but they kept the rest. And
could have been Golden Guardians.
100. They're adding Mythius assistant coach. But I mean, that's kind of stunning to me. I'm like. Kind of proud of them, like, good job, NA. You won, try it again, and it'll get better. Like, and that's the same thing.
I feel like we didn't give 100 Thieves like the spotlight that they deserved, but they are NA's hope, probably.
Yeah.
Other than TL.
Try it again. Just develop, like, take what you got. It clearly worked domestically, and then iterate on it, improve your training and get ready for international competition.
Unleash closer.
Yeah. So it's basically 100 Thieves keeping all their players and CLG getting rid of all their players, so the duality of the LCS.
I do want to see how the rest of that roster shakes out, because right now it's, I guess, just contracts, technically Finn, because he would have to get bought out, but the offseason has just started. The big moves have been made, but the fun is not over yet at all. Keep up with all 4 of these fine people for all the niches they fill, not only on this show. Thank you all for so much for doing what you do, for being yourselves on this show. I feel like when I heard I was working with y'all, I was really excited because y'all are very good at what you do. The Twitter handles are all there. I've been Henrique Demore. My Twitter handle's somewhere as well. It is just my first and last name as well. Thank you so much for being here on the Dot Esports 2021 Free Agency Show. We hope you had a good time, and we'll see you back here next year. Take care of yourselves.